Oh, calendar. Oversaw like the first year stuff.
Microphones. Hey, Regina. Hey, Regina, Priscilla, you trying your mic? Sorry. In accordance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975, be advised that a notice of this meeting was made by the posting on the bulletin board, town hall, and mailing to the official designated newspapers. A list of the meetings annually indicating that this meeting would take place at Town Hall at 7 p.m. on January 22nd, 2024.
Mr. Simon,
Yes,
you're up.
I'm up. Okay, we have to administer the oath of allegiance in office. Priscilla, you're up. So you can raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I say your name.
I, Priscilla Saraf,
You solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear and affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same
and to the governments established in the United States
and to the governments established in the United States
and in this state
and in this state
under the authority of the people.
under the authority of the people.
I do further solemnly swear or affirm
I do further solemnly swear or affirm
that I will faithfully, impartially, and justly
that I will faithfully, partially, and justly, excuse me,
yes.
partially,
Perform all the duties of the office of zoning board alternate number 1 member.
perform all the duties of the
Zoning board alternate
alternate
number
number
one
one member,
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You can just write that down to her to sign it. Thank you,
I'm gonna
sir.
pass this down to her to sign.
I didn't want you to sign it before.
Yeah,
Then we'd have to do it all over.
Oh.
We
We have to keep doing it.
Forever.
Yes.
Especially for the viewer.
Thank you.
Okay. Joseph Caulfield.
Present.
Chandra Varjani.
Here.
Gary Rosen.
Here.
Regina Truitt. Here. Priscilla Saraf.
Here.
Joanne Ping.
Here.
Jessica Blatt.
Here.
And Craig Plattner.
Here. The resolutions, I know there are.
Yeah,
They're not on the agenda, so let me pull this up quick.
Oh.
Here, go on, take it.
They should be on there.
Those other more resolutions. Okay, I got it,
Well, the
sorry.
first one is Rob.
No.
The
Oh, I see, resolutions, and then you go to the memorializations, got it, so there's no minutes. All right, so, you're gonna be first, okay?
Right.
Okay. Memorialization starting with calendar 39/35/23, Christ Church, 66 Highland Avenue in Short Hills. Any changes or corrections? Who's eligible in this?
Wait, you jumped the gun on here.
Oh, sorry.
Which one are we doing?
39/35/23, Christ Church.
Oh, yeah, she's not on that one. Chandru, Gary, Regina, Joseph, Jessica.
Did we approve Ron?
Doesn't matter?
I thought we approved Ron at the last meeting.
We did his contract. This is a resolution authorizing the professional services contract, which I have to publish, so we have to do a resolution.
Oh, so let me do that quick. As noted in memorializing resolutions, we just vote on this?
Yeah.
All right. Can I have a motion regarding the resolution, the zoning board approving professional services of our board attorney, Robert Simon? I can have a motion to approve
The motion to approve.
and a second.
I can second.
Joseph Caulfield,
Yes.
Chandra Varjani.
Yes.
Gary Rosen,
Yes.
Regina Truitt,
Yes.
Priscilla Saraf,
Yes.
Jessica Blatt.
Yes.
Craig Plattner.
Yes.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
So just a roll call on memorialization of calendar 3935, 23 Christ Church, who's eligible to vote on that.
Chandru, Gary, Regina, Joseph, Jessica.
If there are any corrections or changes, can I have a motion on that?
Move approval calendar 3935 Christ Church.
Second.
Chandru Harjani,
Yes.
Gary Rosen.
Yes.
Regina Truitt.
Yes.
Joseph Caulfield.
Yes.
Jessica Black.
Yes.
Next up, we have calendar 3949, 23 Sally Lactar and Starth Joshi, 49 Farwood Drive, Short Hills. Any changes or corrections? Who we got with that?
Eligible are Chandru, Gary, Regina, Jessica, Craig.
Would someone like to make a motion?
Motion to approve the memorialization for calendar number 3949-23.
Thank you. In a second.
Second.
Chandru Harjani,
Yes.
Gary Rosen.
Yes.
Regina Truitt.
Yes.
Jessica Black.
Yes.
Craig Planer.
Yes. Lastly, calendar 3950-23 Ashutosh Sharma, 29 Winding Way in Short Hills. Any changes or corrections?
Eligible are Chandru, Gary, Regina, Jessica, Craig.
I have a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve calendar number 3950-23.
In a second.
Second.
Chandru Harjani,
Yes.
Gary Rosen.
Yes.
Regina Truitt.
Yes.
Jessica Black.
Yes.
Craig Planer.
Yes. All right, so this evening, we're going to take our last case first here, calendar 3962-23, which is Charles and Margot Mullins at 17 Windermere Terrace. Come on down. Good evening. You've been previously sworn, so
Yes.
you're ready to go.
Okay, so at the end of the last meeting, there was discussion about removing the small driveway that's on the right side of the property that goes behind the garage. I sent an email to Eileen. She said, fine, she would send it on to the board attorney and it would be whatever needed to happen. I have copies of those emails, that email, if anybody wants it.
Right, so, as the board recalls, at the very end of the meeting, the board was reluctant to make a motion to formally approve the application until such time as the applicant came back to the board with precise calculations as to the amount of impervious coverage that was going to be removed in connection with the board's request that the, I'll call it the right side driveway that was leading to the backyard be partially removed and replaced with steps and some stone walkway area.
Yes.
And so what the board instead did is that it instructed me on a vote to prepare a draft resolution anticipating that we would be receiving additional information as promised by the applicant. And in fact, as stated, Eileen did receive some revised information that indicated that the amount of impervious coverage that was going to be removed was 350 square feet.
Correct.
Correct. And so based on that information, I went ahead and I prepared for the board's consideration, just sort of to crystallize all the issues, a draft resolution with regard to this application. And if I recall, yes. So if you look at the top of page 3, right before number 7, I indicated the applicant submitted to the board calculation supporting same, this is talking about the coverage, impervious reduction in advance of the January 22nd, 2024 hearing on the application. Which
Yes.
took place. So my position is that you don't, if you've submitted the information to Eileen, and Eileen, do you find that that was acceptable in
Yes.
terms of the calculations? I don't think you need to mark an exhibit or anything unless any member of the board wishes that you do so.
So for everyone, for the point of calculation, we were going from 40.37, correct, down to 35.4.
Yes.
Okay, so that's sort of the bottom line calculation there, of where we will land, as opposed to, well, you could say the existing, but since we're moving the house forward, it sort of creates a smaller front yard. One sort of helps the other. So at the end of the day, we're at 35.4. So any questions regarding that? So do you have any further testimony that you want to add at this point, or?
No, I just came with additional information with the possibility that the board or individual members might want to see something more. I don't need to, as you've mentioned, I don't need to bring it up if, or present it or mark it as, you can proceed. That was it was summarized very nicely right here. The statistics are correct. And the assumption that I have was that that this would provide a better response by the board to this application.
Very well, then, any questions from the audience? Or any comments from the audience regarding this application? In that case, I will close the public portion. Board members, any further thought?
And just for clarification, although the board instructed me to prepare a resolution, that my recommendation would be is that we wouldn't be voting necessarily on the memorialization tonight. This is here for your edification because it's not listed on the agenda, I do things properly. So the vote would just be regarding the application itself.
I mean, I think the testimony and, what we were presented is consistent with what was discussed the last time we heard this application, so I would be comfortable voting on it and voting in favor of it.
Yeah, these are a good compromise, where we're adding to the front of the house, but at the same time, compromising a little bit on coverage, so, we support that application. In that case, can I have a motion?
Move approval?
A second?
Second.
Joseph Caulfield,
Yes.
Chandra Vardani,
Yes.
Gary Rosen,
Yes.
Charlene Payne,
Yes.
Jessica Glad,
Yes.
Frank Little.
Yes, good luck with the project.
Thanks very much. And thanks for the reorder in the calendar.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so next we're gonna go back to the beginning of our agenda here with calendar 39/18/23, getting out from 20 Claremont Drive in Short Hills. This matter was carried from January 8th. Good evening, how are you?
Hi there, Mr. Chairman. I'm not an attorney, I'm the project planner, John McDonough. Just going to introduce the changes that the applicant made since the last hearing in response.
We're going to swear you in though, because you haven't. Oh, sorry. Sign here.
Yes. So John, you have not testified with regard to this application?
I have not, we had some planning testimony last time. My associate Matt Flynn was here.
Correct.
Yes.
All right, so we're going to swear you and then we'll get your credentials.
You swear from testimony you give in tonight's proceeding to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Qualifications for the board, please.
Sure. Hi there, everyone. My name is John McDonough. That's spelled McDonough. I'm a licensed professional planner here in the state of New Jersey. That license is current and it's in good standing. I've been here in front of this board before. I'm also certified on the national level under AICP. That license also is current and in good standing. And this is what I do, testify in front of boards such as this on a nightly basis throughout the state.
Your qualifications are accepted, please proceed.
Thank you. So you heard testimony last time about an application for an addition to an existing home at 20 Claremont Drive. It's a single tax lot, block 1804, lot 13. It's a 6,000 square foot lot, and it's been developed with this single family dwelling that was constructed about 1949. The applicant is seeking to make upgrades to the home to improve the living environment that's associated with it. There's been some back and forth with the board as part of the interactive process that our land use law envisions. It's really just a small addition to that existing home with a modification to the roof. The last proposal was to add dormers and a fourth bedroom and a floor area that was going to equate to 39.5%. That was the relief that the applicant was seeking, where 36% is the maximum that's allowed in your R6 zone district. Based on the feedback from the board last time, the applicant has made modifications. We have Mr. Singer here if you need any detail. But the long and short of it is, on the front facade, the building is going to remain exactly the same, but for the removal of those dormers on the top level.
Okay, John, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Given the fact that we've gotten a lot of different plans, and I know this was submitted to the board, but only recently, so I think it's best if we mark this, if that's okay. Absolutely. Right, so I believe that the latest, John, that you're about to refer to is resubmission number 4, dated January 4th, 2024. Is that accurate?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and so I think we're gonna mark that as A5. Does that sound right, Eileen?
I believe so. A4, yes, I have A4.
So this is gonna be A5 with today's date. Thank you, Ms. McDonough. So if you can just, when you continue your testimony, refer to A5, and I think even before you get into the plan, on the right side is the zoning table, if you just want to identify what's highlighted, et cetera.
Sure thing. So again, A5 for the record has a zone table in the upper right-hand corner. It also has, which you can see in a rectangle that's predominantly colored in yellow, is the subject site and how the existing and proposed building will sit on the property. We'll start in the upper right-hand corner. First, the relief that the applicant is seeking is twofold. First, the applicant's asking the board to move on a D4 floor area ratio variance where 38.83% is what's proposed. Again, that's a reduction of the 39.53 that the applicant was proposing last time we were here. So we've dropped about a decimal point. 36% being the maximum allowed, and also interrelated relief for side yard setback. If we look at the site plan or the plot plan, again, with the yellow backdrop being the impervious coverage, the proposed building, or I'm sorry, the existing building is in the middle. The core of the building is presently at 2 stories. There's going to be an addition off the back that'll be 2 stories. Then there's a porch in the back as well that is going to be demoed, and I believe there's going to be an extension put above that. And then we're again looking at a floor area that would eventually equate to 2,330 square feet. There is going to be an extension of an existing non-conforming side yard setback on the right-hand side by virtue of that rear addition off the back. So we're looking at, again, continuing that existing condition, which is presently at 10.1 feet, where 11.39 would be the minimum that's required. So we have 1D and 1C here, and we'll just echo the proofs from before and also augment that with a new table for the board.
Okay, hold on a second. You just said 11.39 on the right side setback. This has 11.71.
I'll stand corrected. 11.71 is the correct number.
Okay, thank you.
And if I may, I have a new table for the board just to show how the subject property aligns with the surrounding properties. You know that neighborhood compatibility is always a key aspect of any variance application. Mr. Chair, with your permission.
Sure, send it to our board secretary first, and then we'll circulate.
Is this an exhibit? Or-
This will be exhibit, I'm guessing A6.
Donna, what,
Here you go, that's your copy.
look at this. So are we gonna date that today's date?
Today's date, 1/22/24.
When you say lot comparison table, what is this?
So what we've done is we've given the board a table with approximately, I'll say 20 or so rows that identify properties on Claremont Drive on both sides of the street, the same side of the street and the opposite side. So there are 20 rows, and then there are about a dozen or so columns where we identify the comparable address, the block, the lot, and then going through the property record cards, the floor area under floor 1, floor 2, and then the garage, the total floor area, the total lot area. Obviously, the way the calculation works is dividing the floor area divided by the lot area gets us to the floor area ratio. If you take your eye down that column of FAR, in yellow, we have the subject property at 38.8 proposed. And what we've identified of the 20 or so lots which are surrounding the subject on Claremont Drive, approximately, well, actually 8 of them have a higher floor area ratio, or 40% of the lots have a higher floor area ratio than the subject. We also show that the homes are of older construction. You can see the newer construction homes, in particular, the one over at 17 Claremont Drive has a higher FAR, and that in fact was approved at a higher FAR than what the applicant is proposing. We also tried to show with the last column that the applicant is not asking for excessive bedroom count here. In the red, we've highlighted those that are proposing, or those dwellings that have the same number of bedrooms or more. The building presently has 3 bedrooms. The applicant is looking for 4 bedrooms here, again, for a more comfortable living environment. And you can see that many of the homes in the neighborhood also have 4 bedrooms. Some actually have 5. There's only a few that still have 3 bedrooms. So in the interest of balancing, we think this is good evidence here to show that what the applicant is asking the board to move on is not excessive or out of character. It's not going to create a home that is out of scale with the neighborhood. I think if you go down the column that looks at floor area, you'll see that many of the homes are just north of that 2,000 square foot livable area or floor area number. And that's what the applicant is proposing here as well. So sort of in the middle, if you will, in terms of how this home compares to the other homes on the street. All of those boxes that we've put in red are where the floor area or the floor area ratio exceeds what the applicant is proposing. And then finally, just to echo, based on that new evidence and the movement of the application closer to conformance with the ordinance, just to remind the board that last time we put some.
John, before you get into the proofs, I have one question regarding A6. So going across, each one of these has, I guess, first floor, that's F1? Right?
Yes.
And F2 is second floor, and then garage is separate?
That's correct.
Okay. And it seems that, just eyeballing this, that if you add up F1, F2, and garage, you're coming up with the floor area on the lot.
I believe that's how we did it, yes.
Is that correct? Or?
That is correct, yes.
So if that's the case, is the floor area of the 2330 for the subject property, is that, how do you get there?
It's a good question, and I did not fill in the boxes for floor 1, floor 2, and the garage. I just know on the plans, we're proposing 38.8%, and then I just backed into it, the floor area of 2.
Maybe Mr. Singer can add some clarification on that, if he knows, in terms of, hey John, just so we're dealing apples to apples.
Understood. We're asking for relief of 38.8%, which is the floor area of 2,330. And we'll get you that answer before I'm done.
And the measurements are?
Hold off for the time being. We'll come back to that. Unless the board wants to pause and get that right now, we can certainly do that.
Yeah, I mean, just throw it in real quick. We got, looks like our ground floor is at 1217, is that correct?
Yeah. Yeah, 1217 and the upper floor is
at
1113.
13. Okay, and simple math tells me that adds
Well,
up.
but what about is that?
There's no garage because it's attached on
The
this
garage
house.
is in
It's part of the first floor calculation.
And it is part of the first floor calculation?
Yeah, well, so this whole area, so you break down your garage separately on all these other houses.
Well, the garage, oh, him, sorry.
Well, on his A6.
Yeah.
So, was actually, I mean, would you just break that out that way? I mean, I find it unusual that that's how it's listed on the tax. Column.
And I'm just gonna break out these tax records, and I'm also going to go back and try to remember if the garage is actually calculated as part of the floor area.
But the tax purpose.
Tax says they are.
Yeah.
Much different.
I mean, it's a single car garage. Do you know what size it is?
I believe it's 10 by
10 by
20.
20.
19.
So 19.
Just under 200.
So you got 190 feet there, which would bring your the F1 calculation down.
1027.
Yeah, to 1027. Which is low, but
I'm calculating the garage, it's on the ground floor. It's part of the ground floor.
Okay. So we are comparing apples and apples.
Yes.
So when you got these other numbers, you got them off your tax cards?
Yes, and I can certainly, as part of the record, submit them to the board if you want to check my math.
No, it's just interesting how that was broken down separately.
Also, another observation was that more than half of them, lot area is exactly 6,000. More than half.
Yes, this neighborhood has been fairly uniformly platted. Many of the lots are 6,000 square feet. Some are below, some are a little bit above. Okay, so anyhow, we tried to give the board some fair and reasonable numbers for comparison, but just to, and I won't go through them in long detail again since my colleague, Mr. Flynn, put them on last time. But the project is going to offer several public benefits here. We always know that home improvement adds value and quality to a home, which translates to adding value and quality to a neighborhood. It's a good thing to invest in property, especially an older home. We know it's going to improve the living environment for a family that likes living here and has familiarity at this site. The additional floor area is the result of inefficiencies in the configuration of the building as it presently exists. And we're working essentially within the floor plate of the existing home. 45% of the additional space is within the existing floor plate. So it's a better reuse of space than a tear down and starting over. Restoration of the pre-existing patio eliminates the lot line relief. The project provides more privacy for the neighbors, and the proposed alterations maintain and respect local history and context. It's an overall better street presence with a varied roofscape and a renovated facade. And again, all the purposes of zoning that we put forth on the record before would carry through again. Just to go through them: Purpose A, Purpose C, Purpose E, G, I, M, and O. Those are what Mr. Flynn put on, and I would just echo that they're still there, even better than before. And then finally, with respect to the negative criteria, based on the new testimony, as part of the interactive process, we have an applicant here that has been trying to be cooperative with the board to strike that balance, minimizing the house to a reasonable amount, yet still asking for some relief above that 36%. based on all of the testimony on the record, architecturally, and the planning foundation, we think that relief can be granted without any substantially adverse impacts to the public, or certainly without any substantial impairment to the zone plan. We gave the board a similar table when we were here for Bodwell, which is not too far. That was at 42.5%. And again, I know it's not precedent setting. I only give it to the board for comparison purposes. And then over at 17 Claremont, which is not too far away, 39.7% is where that one was approved. Again, the applicant is asking for 38.8%. So we think it's reasonable, and we think that good balance has been met with the revisions before you.
I'm not buying these. Let me see those tax cards. Here's the problem. If you take like 23 Claremont, all right, it's 1150 first floor, 1000 second floor with 180 garage. If you subtract the garage out, the first floor is smaller than the second floor. It doesn't make sense. So are you sure that these garage numbers aren't in the calculation already? You're adding the three together, but if you subtract the garage out of these, okay, like on ours, we pull 190 off the first floor, okay, which means that the way it shows that floor one would be smaller than the second floor, okay, because 190 square feet of it is garage. That's not the case in any other of these calculations. So you're telling me all these houses, the second floor is substantially smaller than the first floor by over 200 square feet?
I'm checking, Mr. Chairman. I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at how I did the calculations.
I'm not sure that garage is just a memo.
For example, I'm looking at, this would be the second line on the table, it's showing a first story.
Wait, is this 26 Claremont?
26 Claremont is showing a first story of 1313, and an upper story of 812.
Correct.
And then it shows a half story above that of 374. And if I scroll down, a garage of 198 square feet.
Right, but that 1313 should include the 198. Because if that was the case, then every one of your first floors, the floor calculation has to be less. Because your house would be one of the only ones where the first floor is smaller than the second.
I'm checking now. I did not break it out otherwise. And I don't know if that 374 would apply as well, that half story.
Well, if it's half, it would.
2499.
You know, the problem, and, you know, I commend Mr. McDonough, you know, in terms of putting the information together. The problem always is that we never know how the tax assessor, you know, measures the different stories and different floors and whether it's the same as an FAR analysis.
No, I mean, I guess from my point of view is whether or not there really is 50% of the houses are over FAR.
No,
I think that speaks to that, but, you know, either here nor there, it's a matter of proving whether or not this property can accommodate it. I mean, showing, you know, zoning, you know, violation or zoning, you know, variances issued as justification for more variances being issued, I'm not really sure is a compelling argument. So we really have to just look at it as a standalone piece of property and say, hey, can this property accept the volume? That's more, I think, the way I'm leaning here than looking at these calculations. Because I don't think they're right. Anything further?
The only other thing I'll say again is the applicant is asking the board to move on a 4-bedroom home in a neighborhood that has many 4-bedroom homes on similarly situated lot sizes. if the board would like, I could run it under just the F1 and the F2 and see how the comparison looks. I have not done a recon of the neighborhood to see if that garage is included in floor one or excluded in floor one, but I can certainly take that deeper dive if that gives the board some comfort.
Any questions from the board? Ms. McCarthy? Go ahead.
Yeah.
John, question.
Once again, maybe for the architect.
Architect was going to step up anyhow before we yield.
Yeah, I would say, questions for Mr. McDonough? Anyone here have
No,
questions?
it's really for the architect.
Anyone in the audience have questions for Mr. McDonough while he's up? Okay, comments will wait at the end if there is any.
Okay, so. And we need more on the second floor than we do on the first floor. So there's about 170 square feet of inefficiency in that problem. So in order to get the back of the house to stack and to keep it in the back, we needed another 170 square feet. Then we tried to see what we could do without reducing that. And one of the things that worked is, this is the back of the house. This is,
We don't have that.
Hold on a
Yeah.
second.
you don't have it, okay. A7?
So what was submitted to the board was what? Because I know we got this one A1 sheet, right, Eileen? Or was it-
Right, which I just, yeah, that's all I was.
That's all you were given, okay.
That's the zoning fact sheet. This was done today.
Oh, okay, all right, so
Okay.
let's
All right, so
mark
mark
this
that
A7, and Tom, just please identify what that is, please.
It's renderings of an as-of-right scheme and the scheme we proposed.
Just before you go any further, Rob, can we just confirm that we're all looking at the revision date of January 4th?
Hold on, no, hold on a second. So A5 has a revision date of January 4th, 2024, called revision 4.
They called resubmission
Yes.
4?
That's
Yes, resubmission 4.
Gotcha.
It has revision 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, so it's number 4. So that was A5, and then A6 was a lot comparison table utilizing the calculations for 20 Claremont based on A5.
Right.
Correct? And then we're up to A7, which are renderings as of right schemes and the scheme proposed.
Okay. Yes, that's correct. So this is the scheme we are trying to get approval for.
The bottom left.
Bottom left. Two-story addition on the back and some attic space above it. It's compact, it's in the back. The front stays the same, more or less, except for a little hiccup in the roof because it got deeper on this side. As of right, what we did was we took a look at making this kitchen as small as we could. And then, in order to come up with a more reasonable layout for the upper floor, we ended up coming forward on the front. And then we took that 170 square feet we were looking for and put it in the attic. So that's, and then the reason we don't want to do that is A8, which is street views of the property. And on this one, this is the existing house. This is the proposed house. That's the as-of-right house. The proposed house more or less matches the street. Roofs parallel to the street, 2 stories. This is a single-story piece of that house, but, well, it's 1.5. The proposal has the same thing. Roofs paralleling all the way along the street. This one fits right in there. Second story that tracks across. And the first story with the doors facing the street. And this is the one that requires nothing.
Yeah, you say requires nothing, you mean as far as setbacks?
As far as variances.
So your FAR is tight on that?
How would
The
you do it?
FAR is tight on that. It's zero. There's more in the attic, but than in
Well, it's
the,
still not FAR.
it's not FAR.
It's not more than 50% of the second floor?
And it's not more than 50% of the second floor. The front setback actually in this particular house came out to be 3 feet better than the 3 houses on either side. So it has 3 feet of front space to deal with. We didn't use it. We just went up to the existing front of the garage on that. And so it conforms in terms of front setback, in terms of area, zoning area, gross floor area. And the height to setback is no longer an issue because the roof slopes away from the setback line. But we really want to do this. Not because there's the extra 170 square feet, but because it takes the bulk of the building, puts it in the backyard, so it doesn't affect the streetscape. And should make everybody a lot happier. The master plan, one of the fundamental things that made it through 5 rewrites, is that the goal of the master plan and the zoning ordinance is to protect the character of established neighborhoods, which is exactly what we're trying to do here.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it.
Any questions for Tom?
If we don't approve the second version, you'll just go ahead with the third one?
In all likelihood, yeah.
And the third one, that meets the height as well?
The third one meets the height
Just by
requirement.
looking at it, looks enormous.
It's 32 feet.
Most of the houses there are probably only about 28.
Exactly.
So in comparison, it doesn't look much taller because the other houses are.
Well, especially next door, because next door is really only a story.
Mhm.
But, I mean, has a great house, right? But
Yeah, question for you. I can understand the difficulty of trying to add onto this house, modest house to begin with. It's very small and modest. You're trying to make it more livable. The only thing that bothers me with your proposed, the FAR bothers me, but the notch in the roof is kind of strange. It's something I'm not used to seeing. And you did that because,
Because the depth increases on the back of this house. As
And
you
what would
go
happen?
back, you just need more roof.
and it is, it would add massing if you took it all the way across. Would that affect your need for variances?
Well, then you'd end up
more.
with this long rear roof, which
Just the cutout looks a little.
generally looks silly.
I mean, that's a stylistic comment. Anyway, thank you.
any questions?
Just one question. So I'm a little confused with this bottommost plan,
Yes.
which is the alternative plan, as I understand. Is that also for FAR or that qualifies for FAR? That meets all the requirements?
That meets all the requirements.
No variance is required.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Any questions from the audience? Any comments from the audience regarding this application? Can I close the public portion? Board members, what's your thoughts?
I'm just gonna remind the board, sorry,
Go
is that it's a FAR D4 variance, requires 5 affirmative votes. So we need to have at least 5 out of 7.
We don't have
for-
7 voting members.
We don't have, how many voting members we have?
That's the voting sheet. We just had we only have, I think, 5 to vote on this. Eligible. Joseph, Gary, Regina, Jessica Craig. Because Amy's not here. Chandru missed the first meeting in April. And Priscilla missed the December 18th meeting. We had some testimony.
Yeah, we did a little bit.
Okay, and
So,
no one caught up and read the.
to my knowledge, Jessica missed the meeting in April, but listened to the tape.
Okay.
Motion to open the public portion of the meeting. So moved. Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Your show.
May I approach, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So am I understanding the board has 5 members? So we told our applicant the consequences, the odds are now 100%. The applicant wants to proceed. If the applicant doesn't get the affirmative vote, he'll just do the one as of right.
Sounds good. Okay, close the public portion. Board members, your thoughts? Well, I'll go then. So, I think after nipping and tucking and doing on this project, I think it's come to a lot more reasonable ask. And I think the lot can accommodate it from a, C2 perspective. So I don't love this style. Sorry, D4 perspective, yeah, on this case. I don't love the aesthetic, but I get it. I mean, there's only so much you can do with that. So I would tend to support what's being asked for here.
Yeah, look, I agree with that. I think it's a little bit different than perhaps I would prefer, but I think that, there's been sufficient accommodation. And I think what's being done with the back porch, I think is helpful. And so overall, I would be supportive of the application.
I'll go. I agree with all of the comments my colleagues have made. I can see you put in a lot of effort. It is a difficult case and challenging. I don't think you've gone terribly overboard. The third option really does look massive, and I think that would affect the aesthetics of the neighborhood. The only thing that bothers me is that notch in the roof, and I would wonder if you could make like a separation somehow to make it look like it was intentional, rather like 2 separate roofs rather than one big. But that's, I will defer to your expertise on that, but I would be in favor of this application.
Building on what Regina said, the third option, or the one that you have as of right, I think the neighborhood would be shocked. I think that's why it was presented to us that way. I think the second one looks better for the neighbors. I wish there were neighbors here to take a look at it and see what they say and weigh in on it. Given the choice to save them from something that might, as of right, just be something that they would probably hate forever, I would probably agree with it for no other reason than extortion.
I didn't want to present it that way. It's not my intention.
That's okay.
But, I mean, part of balance.
Public portion's closed, so
Okay.
no more testimony. We'll break it down into 2 separate votes. First, starting with the floor area ratio. Do you have a motion on that? So moved. And a second?
Second.
Joseph Caulfield,
Yes.
Gary Rosen,
Yes.
Regina Truitt,
Yes.
Jessica Glad,
Yes.
Craig Pliner.
Yes. Next up, we have the variance for side setback, at 18 feet, excessive height, 18 feet height. Do I have a motion on that one? So moved.
Second.
Second, thank you.
Joseph Caulfield,
Yes.
Gary Rosen.
Yes.
Regina Truitt,
Yes.
Jessica Glad.
Yes.
Craig Pliner.
Yes. Good luck with the project.
How did you just make sure you do those?
I will leave it.
Next up, we are going to go to calendar 395223 on 99 Sagamore. Thank you.
Give testimony on the board?
No,
You didn't give that, you haven't given any yet.
correct.
Good evening, Counselor.
Good evening.
You ready?
Happy New Year.
If anyone's here on this case, you want to move down, feel free to. Go ahead.
Chairman, members of the board, Richard Skolnick on behalf of the applicants, Narayan and Arya Hegde. As you mentioned, this application concerns 99 Sagamore Road. It's block 101, lot 11 on the tax maps. We have a very unique property with some significant development challenges. My clients desire to reconstruct their home essentially in the same location where it now exists. They purchased the house back in 2011. They lived there for 10 years. Unfortunately, during COVID, they had to move out because of some serious mold issues with multiple family members becoming ill, and they've been out of the house since November of 2020, around 3 years. The proposed structure itself meets all bulk standards. So we don't have those sorts of variances tonight. We have height, it meets height, setback, FAR, and coverage. We submitted the application with 4 variances. As Mr. Keller will explain, we've been able to remove one of the variances related to alterations within 5 feet of a property line. There are 2 additional variances related to retaining walls. I'll suggest that those are relatively minor in nature, and there's a 3rd remaining variance dealing with steep slopes. The numbers are large, but we're going to ask your patience as we go through the numbers. The proposal submitted by Mr. Keller's office has a steep slope disturbance of 16,100 square feet with only 1,000 permitted, but at least 2/3 of that disturbance involves the front and side of the buildings, and these were not pristine slopes. These were slopes that had been previously disturbed, and your ordinance itself recognizes actually an exception when there's redevelopment. The definition is not clear, but obviously the intent of the ordinance itself discusses pristine slopes versus slopes that have been created by prior development. So a substantial portion of what we're proposing involves previously disturbed areas. There's also about 4,300 square feet of proposed disturbance in the rear yard, and we'll go through that and explain why we think that disturbance makes sense to construct stormwater management. We'll talk about why we think that's reasonable under the circumstances. So we're absolutely clear the purpose of the disturbance is not to create a lawn area or a pool area or a flat patio area. The proposal is to reconstruct the building and produce a safe driveway access because of the reconstruction of the house and an existing driveway that has severe slopes, unsafe slopes, up to 23%. In terms of our lineup, Chairman, I'm going to have brief comments on the site history from my client, Narayan Hegde. We're going to put Mr. Keller on to go over existing site conditions sort of do the engineering testimony, but then we'll put the architect on for a few minutes. We'll put the landscape architect on because I want to see want the board to see the care that's been taken on this project. After they're done, we'll put Mr. Keller back on for the planning testimony. Each of the witnesses is going to talk about the significant process that went into the design and why they think it's a reasonable proposal, given the topography, stormwater management, and the considerations underlying that steep slope ordinance. That's the main issue we have to contend with. So with that, Chairman, if I can.
Bring your, when you bring your first witness up, please, and please have them give their credentials and swear them.
The first witness is going to be my client. He doesn't have
Very good.
those credentials, but just a little background on how they got there. So if we can have them sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in tonight's proceeding be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Your name for the record, spelling your name.
Narayan, Narayan, last name Hegde.
Okay, Mr. Headley, could you tell the board in your own words how we got here and a little bit about the history of the site?
Sure. My name is Narayan Hegde, and thank you for the opportunity to present our plan to you. We moved into 99 Sagamore in 2011. We lived there for almost 10 years, and after about 6-7 years, we started getting house sick. Didn't know what it was in the beginning, but by the time we figured it out, November 2020, our kids were sick, and we figured out it was mold. So we moved out of the house, and then wanted to get it remediated. We hired professional remediators, tried to get it remediated. It was expensive, got it done, but then when we tested it, it didn't work. We were at a point where we didn't have much of a choice but to rebuild the house. But when we looked at the topography, the lack of access to the house, it was pretty daunting. So we realized we needed a full team to make this happen. So we got Marvin, Rich, and Brian, people who not only had expertise, but knew the local topography, knew the local soil and all that stuff. It took us a year and a half, and our goal was fivefold. One, try and reuse as much of the foundation as possible. Two was to build a house that was in sync and harmony with the landscape and the neighborhood. Three, have safe access to the house. Four was do site work so we can manage stormwater and rainwater coming down the hill so we never have water penetration issues again. And accomplish all these with a light touch to the site, as light as possible. And it took us about a year and a half to come up with a plan, and this is the plan we're going to present. We were going to present on December 4th. I went out and tried and talked to every one of my immediate neighbors starting in November. A couple of days before we were up for presentation here, one of the neighbors came to us and said they had concerns and if you could push out the meeting. And we did to January 22nd. And over the last few weeks, we've been working with her and her lawyer, lawyer and her engineer, and we went through all the project with her, and she's not objecting. So we thought it was a worthwhile effort. But so here we are. We've lived in the community for 13 years. We like it here. We want to stay here. We want to age in place, and we didn't have much choice about rebuilding the house or not, but we really like the plan, and we hope you agree that it makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll call Richard Keller, an expert in the fields of civil engineering and professional planning. If I can have him sworn.
Do you swear or affirm testimony about to give in tonight's proceeding to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Name for the record.
Richard Keller, Keller.
Mr. Keller, have you lost your credentials since whenever the last time you testified before this board is?
No, I have not. I am still a licensed civil engineer and planner in the state of New Jersey. As an engineer since 1989, planner since 1990. I have a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering with a concentration in water resources and environmental engineering. and that is from Rutgers University. And I also have a master's in architecture with a concentration in urban planning and design, and that is from the New Jersey Institute of Technology, where I also taught for approximately 11 years. I have appeared before this board, approximately 110 boards for the state of New Jersey, and I've been retained as a planning consultant to the Borough of Caldwell Board of Adjustment. And for 3 years, I was the Planning Board and Board of Adjustment engineer to Long Hill Township. My licenses are still in good effect. I am familiar with the neighborhood because I spent 25 years living within about 200 feet of the site on Sagamore Road. So I'm certainly familiar with the site, both in terms of the existing topography, existing lay of the land, as well as what we're proposing tonight.
Okay, Chairman, I'll submit Mr. Keller tonight as an expert in the field of both engineering and planning.
Accepted, please proceed.
Okay, we appreciate that. And so, Rich, we're going to break the testimony down to the existing conditions and some of the engineering issues, sort of take a break, give you a chance to recoup, and you'll come back. Although I take it some of the testimony may bleed into the issue, so.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer questions, and obviously, some of the more particular planning testimony will come later. I also apologize to the board members. I put the boards behind you so that we have some neighbors here who are concerned. I want to make sure they can.
I have those moved up, so I want them to see it.
Okay, I thought they could turn around, but I can.
No.
If you guys want to sit here, you can if you want. It's up to you. Okay, let us know if you want to get close.
What I'll do is I'll put one of them here.
Hand out. Chairman, just give us a second.
Absolutely.
You're okay, right? Just 1 second, Rich. Let's- Okay, Rich, you're gonna fill out the sheet numbers, and if it's not exactly in the plan set, we're gonna remark it as usual, okay?
Yep. So I'm starting off with the application package. This is the Hegde Residence Variance Application, Plot Plan and Zoning Analysis, which is sheet 1 dated 8/12/2022, and sheet 2, which is actually the base topographic and title survey, also dated 8/12/2002, and revised through 8/31/2023, when it was issued as part of the Board of Adjustment application package. And then I will have some exhibits, but the property itself, when we start with the survey, is located on the north. Actually, we're going to call it the west side. It's actually the northwest side of Sagamore Road. I think since New York City's that way, we're just going to call that the west side. It's on the uphill side of Sagamore Road, between Maple, which is the next street to the south or to the left, and Mountain Avenue, which is next street to the right. As I said, I lived right on the corner there for about 25 years. The property is, by the way, Sagamore Road. It runs parallel with Wyoming Avenue, about 750 feet to the west, and an elevation about 122 feet higher. It's actually interesting because it actually has a different microclimate. You can get 3 inches of snow up here and not have any snow on Wyoming Avenue. So and since you're tucked into the mountain, it really does have a different climate up there. Maple Street, Mountain Avenue and Maple both are existing public streets with grades of about 17%. So they're at the upper end of what we consider to be safe driveways, safe roads. Again, pulling my driveway for all those times, I can attest to that. To the rear of the property, along with all the other properties on the west side of Sagamore Road, is the South Mountain Reservation, 2,200 acres behind us, essentially with nothing on it. I'll have an exhibit later that shows where the closest road is and how the drainage comes down through that reservation and through our property. The property itself is 173 feet wide, an average of 305 feet deep. Contains, I believe it's 38,501 square feet, which is about 0.874 acres. The property is wholly located in the R4 residential zone, where 100-foot wide lots with a minimum of 29,000 square feet are required. So we are considerably wider than required by code, and we're not just under, not quite 2 times the size required for the R4 zone. I would point out the properties fronting on Sagamore are the only properties in Millburn that are located in the R4 zone. Millburn primarily being an R5-6 zone. It's the only street that is R4. And if you hadn't never had the opportunity or hadn't been up to Sagamore Road recently, or had the opportunity to come up for this application, it is a unique street within the community. It's one of the 2 streets that I consider to be almost rural. That and the westerly side of Hemlock, but it's besides having views of New York and nestled into the 2,200 acre reservation, it's tree lined. It's got steep slopes above, steep slopes below, but it really does have more of a rural feel. It's very different than most of the rest of the town, including the oldest parts of Shore Hills. It actually, and the development on this road was sporadic. Much of the lower part, the lower streets, the tree streets that come up, Pinell, Maple Mountain, et cetera, then Mountain and Clinton, were developed sporadically. The Wyoming Land Company went bankrupt, so a lot of stuff was developed later. But Sagamore Road has development. House next to us, according to tax rolls, was built in 1934. House to the right of us, I think the owners from both properties are here. That was built in 1875. There's a Teddy Roosevelt had a hunting cottage further up in Maplewood along Sagamore. It's got some old development, and then it was interspersed with a lot of modern houses that got built in the 50s and 60s, such as the house we have here. I'll show you some pictures in a second. The property does have an existing 2-car garage and what looks like a garage building. If you're familiar with Sagamore Road, there are some garages that sit close to the street to mitigate the height. But actually that had the remains of what we think was a boiler in it. And we think it was probably to heat the driveway, which is very steep. The 2-car stone garage also predates the current house and probably goes back to the 1800s. We have no concrete evidence of the provenance, but the house itself that sits there today was built in 1962, and I think the architect can discuss a little of that. As is common, and I'll show a section in a minute, when they create a level pad, you surmise that when they put Sagamore Road in, they probably held the elevation along the center line of Sagamore. They didn't want to raise it up any higher because Mountain Avenue and the surrounding streets were as high as 17%. They wouldn't want to lower it any because it would make it hard to get into the site. So most likely the center line, the way we developed it we would do these days, which is, the same way they would have done it back then, just without computers, is you would hold the center line of the road and you would then cut the road in, cutting on the one side, filling on the other side to create a road. And then when they built the house, they leveled off a driveway area and created a level pad. They created a level pad in that area by pushing slopes in the front, making them steeper, by carving into the back, making it much steeper in the back to create a level pad in the middle. So by our estimates, as well as the landscape architect who's looked at the tree inventory, pretty much everything from, and I'll have another exhibit in a second, from where we show a dotted line and we show these transverses here, if I come to the grading plan, pretty much everything from this lawn path to the forward to the street would represent areas of prior disturbance. And that's backed up by the fact that most of those trees are less than, they're probably 40 to 60 years old, some of them much newer. The oldest tree on the site in the forward area is actually a large oak. And that we've worked tirelessly to try to save that one oak. And that oak is probably 100 years old. And most of the rest of the trees are newer in the front. And that driveway, I would point out, we should have encouraged people to drive up it. I had the opportunity to do that recently. It's about 10 foot, between 10 foot and 10 foot 2 inches wide. It sits between a 4 4-foot and a 6-foot retaining wall as it curves up into the property at 23%. It is by far the least safe and most daunting driveway I've ever driven on. And certainly, I think the fact that Ryan has had to replace the mirrors on his vehicles because he slid into the wall coming down it, even in rain, let alone snow. You don't drive on the snow. You park down in Sagamore Road where you park when it snows, but even in rain, it's somewhat treacherous. If I go to my first exhibit, which would be a photo board, 2 photo boards actually.
So Rich, you want to mark these as A1 and A2?
I will.
And for the record, let us know what you're gonna call them. It's entitled. Photo board 1 and photo board 2.
Photo board 1 and photo board 2. Looks like Dr. Seuss thing. This would be A1, and it would be dated today, 1/22, 2024, and A2 with the same date. And so, starting with photo board 1, I would point out the photos were taken over 3 periods by my office, and some of them were taken by the architect's office. So anything taken in 2023 was taken by me personally, and anything in 2022 was taken by the architect. All of the photos do accurately represent the site or the surrounding properties as they exist today. So if we go quickly through the photographs, here's looking northwest from the street. You can see the top of the garage. There's been a pergola added to the top of it. You can see just the top of the garage. You can see a failing retaining wall that Narayan's braver than I am because when you park, well, it's probably further back than you think, but the railroad tie is rotating. There's a driveway up top, the garage that's behind it, and there's the bulk of the house. And you can see there was, when they carved into that to create Sagamore Road, they created a wall, a gutter, and a wall that was between 3.5 and 4.5, maybe as high as 5 feet tall, that runs the entire length of the property. Photograph number 2 shows how the wall frames either side of the driveway coming up to the garage. And then you have to come up another 16 feet to get up to the main level of the house. What looks like it might have been a garage at some point facing Sagamore, now ringed by a road, and it's older than the existing house. That's where there's remnants of what we think is a boiler in there to presumably to heat the driveway, which is the way they would have done it back then. Photograph number 3 is then coming up that driveway. You can see the retaining wall on the left side gets to be close to 5 feet, 4 feet. On the right, it gets almost 6 feet tall, and you've only got 10-foot distance between the two. Standard traffic lane on the highway is 12 feet wide. A parking space is 9 feet, so you've really got barely more than a parking space, but you're also curving and going up the driveway. This is taken from me in my car driving back down. I can't see the wheel on either side to see where the driveway is, so you just inch down, and I can see certainly in inclement weather, it would certainly be easy to slide into the wall. Most cars being about 7 to 7.5 feet. That leaves you only 2.5 feet or 1 foot 3 inches on either side, and the mirrors stick out a little bit. So it's very tight and very narrow. It was adventurous even in the 60s when it was built. It may predate that, we're not sure. Then finally, photograph number 4 shows when you get to the driveway. I'm at the driveway level. Here's where you start coming up 16 feet of stairs to get up to the first livable level, habitable level of the house existing on 2 levels, this being the main entrance and a sunken area off to the right.
Rich, you want to just go over that concept one more time about where the current driveway ends compared to the garage?
Yeah, and I'll show that in a section in a moment, but if we go to we go back to that survey for 1 second, you can see as you come up that driveway and you come from 392 up to 408, so you come up 16 feet of grade in a relatively short period, and into the garage. The garage is at roughly elevation 410, and the primary entrance of the home is at 426. So I have to come up a series of stairs, over a series of stairs, up into the house to get to 426. There was an elevator that was put in by a prior owner, somewhat illegally, and that got you up to the top of the garage. There was a link, but that link also fostered mold. That link was also illegal. But you basically, it's the only property I know of on Sagamore Road, and I've worked on extensively on 4 or 5 of them, and I've certainly walked the neighborhood many times. It's the only house I know of where the garage level is still completely dissociated from any primary habitable space. So there's some that come to the basement level. This house was built primarily with a crawl space. And that's partly why the Hegdes didn't notice the mold that was growing beneath them because it was in a crawl space. But, and then you've got the main house. So our trick here in developing, I'll go through the photos in a second. The trick here was to try to use as much of the existing foundation as possible, both for economic reasons and also since that's where the primary flat zone and disturbance zone was area. But then to get a driveway that would service the house at or near, 1 floor below, not 16 feet, but at least 10 foot below the existing house. And the only way to get that additional 6 feet, if we tried to use the existing driveway and just widen it, we would come up, we'd have to make another turn, which meant this house would have to slide back 15, 20 feet into the steepest part of the house. Now that is artificially
Steepest
steep and
part of the
sloped.
slope.
Steepest part of the steepest part of the site. So that is artificially created, but we really did not want to move the house any further back because, and I'll show you in the section in a second, that's where we've got our steepest slope. So we tried to limit our back foundation to the existing wall. We did come a couple of feet forward because the average grade let us, and we were able to get it after working with professionally. It was one of the most enjoyable working experiences I've had in town because I was working with an award-winning architect, multi-AIA award-winning architect, and a landscape architect who is also multi-award winning and very respected and done a lot of work on similar sites. And it was a charrette process where we would come up with designs. The first thing Narayan told me when he called me, and I said, well, we'll try to use the existing driveway. And he said, I don't want to have any restrictions. I have the most unsafe driveway. I'm scared of it. I want to start with a clean sheet, and we'll try to conserve as much as possible. But I don't want to spend all this money rebuilding a house, not even knowing how we would build a house, how do you get contractors on the site. We don't want to spend all that time and money building a house only to have an unsafe driveway. So we started with a driveway on the right side coming up, still the same problem. And then we started a couple schemes with it on the left side. We tried to keep the existing structure below. After probably the 3rd or 4th iteration, over many months, we came up with what we felt was the best solution, which was to come up the property and transverse and allow them. We needed to get the longest driveway we could. And originally we had the garage backed over to the left side. And at one point we realized the best place for the garage was actually to move to the right. I think the architect will talk about that, although we need no FAR variance, we need no height variance, we need no cover. We're way under on coverage, way over on house, but we wanted the board to see the level of care that went into this house and recognize it's still an undersized house for this lot. It was not, this steep slope disturbance is not part of a land grab. We're not trying to create additional patios or pool areas. What we really
What
tried
sheet
to
are
do.
you on, Rich, now?
I'm going back to the variance application. To keep the existing pockets where they were and create opportunities for gardens and passive recreation with no accessory structures in them. So I'll just quickly finish off the photos. I apologize for jumping around. The photo board number 2. This is the rear north side of the existing dwelling. So here we're looking at the north side of the existing dwelling, looking back at that bump. Here's the bump in the house. You can see this is the north side. You can see some of the mildew on the outside. The mildew is not the problem, it's the mold inside. This is the lower level. There's a stone wall that comes up. And then you can see the steep slope that was created in the back. This was all carved away to get the original construction site. This up in here is, it's much steeper. It's about 77%. So it's a much steeper area in the back there. The only thing that grows on it are invasive species that are almost impossible to eradicate. I forget the devil's walking stick. It is nasty thorns. It's the only thing that'll grow into the side of that rocky slope in there, and that's one of the reasons we're looking to rework the grades back in there. Photograph number 7, we're now on the north side of the existing dwelling, so now we're looking back towards what was a screened garage. When Orion moved out, they enclosed that to store some screen patio, but it was part of the house. It was a fully screened with columns, enclosed patio that has since been enclosed fully with permits, but that's so they could store some furniture, et cetera, that was weather resistant while they moved out. The photograph number 8, this is looking from the north side, looking at the southern part of the back of the house. And again, you can see the slope comes straight down into the back of the house, and water pitches right against the house. So water was coming down on the foundation and penetrating in and filling up that crawl space, and that's what created the mold problem, in addition to the connection on the front. Photograph number 9, this is the adjoining home. Actually, the owners are here tonight. This is the adjoining home. It was built in about 1875, we think, per the tax rolls. And you can see the prior owner, and they just reinstalled the rope that goes up to the house. So when you're walking up from the driveway, you can actually pull yourself up the rope because it's a dangerous driveway. And theirs is not nearly as steep as the 27% that Narayan has. And then further, just to understand, when I first moved into this property I moved into the street in 1998, 1999, I think was either Floyd or Irene. I drove home, it was the first time I saw the amount of water that comes off the reservation. And it was rolling, loose boulders, 15-inch boulders were rolling across with the water. Across from my old house is the reservation, is the water company. They have a 4-foot retaining wall. Water was just pouring over it across the full 100 feet of water. Just 6 inches of water is pouring down. So you're picking up a lot of area above it. I have photograph number 10. I went up to Rodney and Carol Sineda Wong's house at, I forget the exact, I think it's a 75 Sagamore. And this was that rain we had about 3 weeks ago where it got the Probably River got very full. You can see the water just cascading like Dunn's River Falls in Jamaica. It comes through your backyard and it comes across. Now here's an area where prior development has taken away the gutter, or keeping the gutter, and they don't have any means of intercepting the water. We will be doing that with a grate here. So any water that comes down our driveway will drop into a grate, into the gutter that exists, and into the 24-inch storm sewer with good pitch that's right on the corner of our property. So, but this is the kind of water in photograph number 10 that you, when it rains heavily, you have a lot of water coming down off the reservation. A3 is my site section.
Does that have a date, Rich?
Yep, it is dated 11/15/2023. This is labeled existing and proposed site section. And what I show, the gray lines shows you the grading that we're doing. So here's the existing wall at Sagamore Road. The property comes up. We're cutting a new driveway in, and then we're getting back, because we're cutting that lower, we're dropping the grade. We're coming back up with 2-foot retaining walls to get back up to the grade that's roughly equal to the top of the existing garage. The existing garage, the pergola will be taken off. The fencing will be replaced with a living hedge up top there to soften that. But we are looking to keep the existing garage because since we did not want to do that much excavation into the existing trap rock, we're looking to use that for passive storage. And it's still, with that included, we're still way under building coverage. So the yellow line, the red line is the grade as it exists today. And you can see that where this section is cut is right through the doorway at the front of the house. So, I'm sorry, right through the doorway here at the front of the house. We cut that section through the doorway. And you can see that so happens the sections are crossing. So I've got a new driveway coming up this way, while I've got this one coming up this way. So our new driveway happens to coincide at that point fairly closely with the old driveway. So This is our new driveway. That's the old driveway. That one's going that way. This one's coming at us. And you can see that the grade in the front is virtually the same, although we are doing some disturbance. And we've counted that. We've been very conservative in our estimates of numbers maybe to our detriment, but and you can see that we are regularizing that grade in there to create a flatter air plateau in the front. In the back, where that existing grade comes down very steeply and in, we're coming back 10, 15 feet off the house. We're putting a seat wall at 2 feet high, and then we step back on plateaus with 2 foot. And you'll notice we're not cutting into the trap rock at this point, the red line being the existing grade. We're actually adding in, and we're creating flatter plateaus for a couple of reasons. One is that it will allow us to slow the water down, because the flatter the slope, the slower the water will run. And also we're doing some lateral grading to direct water that does come down into the site into inlets that are going to be placed and bring the water around the house rather than into the basement or into the house itself. As you move further back, then you'll see the yellow line is what we estimate from the center line back up to the point where we're proposing a stormwater intercept and access point. That we think was the existing grade. And that makes sense because that grade up above it is virtually the same. This is about 23%, I believe it is. Yeah. So this yellow line, we think, is the pre-existing grade from before Sagamore Road was developed. That's the yellow line, comes 23%, continues up at 23 to 25% up into the reservation. So all of this area in the front, we think, was an area of prior disturbance. The second area was also an area of prior disturbance on either side of the house. And then finally, where we're proposing two stormwater intercepts, we have another area where we're looking to intercept water as it comes down the hill and create opportunities for drainage. Drainage to come in there, pick it up in inlets and take it around out to the front where we'll provide some detention and ultimately discharge it into the storm sewer pipe that's in Sagamore Road. So I think this helps to see like the upper access path, which is.
Okay, Rich, do you have the chart with the numbers? You want to do that? The board will bear with us. We know there's some complications here, but we wanted to sort of talk about the square feet, the variance have been able to eliminate, and so on, Rich, to get a little more granular.
All right, corresponding to A4.
What are we going to call this?
A4 is inventory of steep slope disturbance.
And does it have a date?
It does have a date. It is dated today, I believe, 1/23/2024. And on this, we've broken down.
That's tomorrow, isn't it?
22? Did I say 22?
I said 23, but
I said 22. It is 22. Thank you. It is 22. Getting ahead of myself,
Inventory
literally.
of steep slopes. They'll think Mr. Simon made a mistake, but it's 22.
That's not possible, Mr.
All right, so, yeah, it should be, it's 1/22/2024.
So there was 16,000, yeah. We took a very conservative view. We advertised 16,000 of disturbance. I'd like you to break that down to the different areas where we're able to reduce with eliminating the one variance and where do the numbers come from in terms of the site conditions and what you're trying to accomplish. Okay, this will be exhibit A5. We gotta give this a name too. Rich, what are you gonna call this? You want to give it to the neighbors over there?
Yes. This is the Hagee application, steep slope disturbance by area. So we'll have to call this A5.
Steep slope disturbance by area. Okay, is it dated on there?
It's not dated on there, but I'll put
Okay.
today's date on.
Okay, steep slope disturbance by area, that's A5.
So corresponding to the grading plan, we broke the areas down into discrete areas. The first thing we did is we met with the neighbor next door to the left. They were very concerned because we were proposing, I think they're very concerned about everything, but and they'll certainly tell you that, but they were also concerned because we were planning on doing some grading. And one of the variances we requested was to do some grading within 5 feet of the property lines. We took a look at that. We were doing it because it was kind of easy and natural, but we realized we can pull that in. So we were able to, these red areas represent areas where we can pull back the grading and eliminate any steep slope disturbance eliminate steep slope disturbance in those areas. So right off the back, we took off the red area, which is 515 square feet of slopes. We also took a look and we realized we were being kind of conservative because there is a pocket in the center here that's still the old shading. That we were able to take. We realized we weren't disturbing that. We had indicated we were, but we were not disturbing that. So that took another 534 square feet of steep slope disturbance off the chart. So just to quickly go through then the and I'll talk about these numbers here. So the orangey area in the front is the area that we're disturbing in order to create a safe driveway. We can't just carve a driveway in. We've got to get back up to grade. We don't want to have 8-10-foot retaining walls, so you terrace it. Terracing slows the water down. We do it in 2-foot lifts. There are a couple areas where the walls, because we're tying into some existing areas, there are a couple of areas where the walls get a little higher than 2 feet, so we did notice for a variance for that.
So how much you said, 6,500 for the front?
So in the front area, hold on, make sure this is right.
Take your time, Rich, let's get the numbers right.
Yep.
So we started with about 16,000. You had testified that if you eliminate the variance with the grading next to the property, that's 515 square feet. And then there's another 534 that you calculated that's not really being disturbed. So that's about 1,000 off, correct?
That's not necessarily my question.
Hold on, let me make sure my numbers are right.
Yeah.
Well, what I was gonna say before, just
Yeah.
1 second, before we get to the question. So we're looking at, what is this now, A6, this chart?
Yep.
Here,
So I think it was
So-
A5.
is it A5?
A5, steep slope disturbance.
You're
by
correct,
area.
yeah, A5.
All right,
So
so
on-
let's correlate this.
Right, so why don't we correlate each area, just because it's a little hard to see from here, to the different colored areas. I think that would help the public as well as the board members.
Yep. So, there are a couple of typos on here, but correct? All right, so area, so if we look at the
Area.
disturbance by area, there were 2 reductions we indicated on the front. So first was,
Everyone's orange, correct? Just so that.
area 1 is
Yeah,
orange.
let's do the colors first, and then you can go through the.
Area 1 is orange. Area 2 is green.
So orange is the first, area 2 is green.
Okay,
Area 3 is the purple. And area 4 is the yellow.
Okay.
So as submitted, before we took off these 2 little tabs on either side, we had 6,718. We reduced it by, these 2 sections reduced it by 212 and took us down to 6,506, which is 17% of the total property area. It's about 43% of the steep slopes that we're proposing to disturb. And of the total steep slope inventory, it represents 26.7%.
And so, Rich, the 6506, you're making the contention that that area in front was previously disturbed to build the house in the first place in the street.
Yeah, I, in my estimate, based upon the site section, I think everything was disturbed back to about 175 feet deep in the property. So everything forward, right behind the house is that very steep section where they carved out to create the back. I think both the green and the yellow area or the orange area represent areas of prior disturbance on this property. That's both by looking at the grades, extending the existing slopes, and looking at the age of the trees on that property.
What did green and orange total to, approximately?
So the green and orange are roughly 10,500. 10,500 roughly.
Okay.
So when we add up orange, green, purple, and yellow, that's your gross amount, not including the 1,000 square feet that you're given per the ordinance, correct?
Right, so I'm up at 15,052. So I reduced it. Original application was submitted with 16,101.
Right.
We reduced it to 15,052, whereas 1,000 square feet is permitted. So our variance
So
request is.
16052 is technically being disturbed, but 15052 is outside of.
No. 15052 is what's
The
being
gross
disturbed.
amount. This is like the grounds here, okay, right, okay, so 15, okay, got it, I see.
Yeah, the 1,000, so I did not take the 1,000 off. So that's what we're disturbing. I'm allowed 1,000, so the extent of the variance is 14,052.
Got it, okay.
Okay, we talked for, sounds like,
With regard to the existing driveway. Looks like he's leaving.
Yep, got it.
With regard to the existing driveway, just explain, since we're still on the orange, what's happening with that area?
All right, so the way our ordinance is written is that disturbance is considered when you move rock, move soil, move plants, do any kind of changes. What's exempted from steep slopes are what they call redevelopment. And redevelopment is very strictly defined. So it's not, you'd think that, well, this whole area is redeveloped, but the way our ordinance defines redevelopment, it specifically says it has to have a structure on it. So areas that have a structure, so even though this driveway is at 27%, because it has an existing structure on it, it's not considered steep slopes.
well, it says structure or other improvements,
Structure or other improvements.
little vague.
Yeah, and so the way that it's been interpreted is if I have lawn area, even if it's no longer, it's not another structure, it's not another development. So the way we in our ordinance, we can't get any credit for the fact that everything tells me professionally that everything forward of the purple line is an area of prior disturbance to construct the original home.
So what's happening in the real world with regard to that existing driveway?
It'll be actually, not exactly filled in, but we will have a little bit of a slope to get, to pull a wagon up or to pull a lawnmower up into that area. But essentially that entire swath of existing driveway is being filled in.
Curb cuts.
The walls are coming down,
And curb cuts out.
the curb cut, yeah, we're moving the curb cut
Curb cut.
to a new curb. We're
Yeah.
moving it further to the south,
From the right to the left,
from the right to the left, correct.
to
So-
get the grade,
So
that could bring up a fire truck.
So again, I've got, this is where my existing driveway is, I'm pulling this down, some center line to center line, I'm pulling it about 55 feet further to the left. And that will allow me to get the longest run that I can to get up to this, because slope is rise over run. The longer the run, I need to have as long a driveway as I can get to get a safe driveway at 15% or less coming up into the site to access the driveway and access really the basement layer. So we're creating a basement layer where the garage is, and then from there you'll come up into the main house, which goes back to a small portion of the house has a basement, but most of the house goes back to that slab on grade over the existing foundation. So that area will
You're
be
gonna be able to access, I'm sorry, but you're gonna be able to access the existing and to be preserved original garage.
Yeah, we will not have vehicular access any longer. There's a lawn path that will create to come up into that area, so you can pull a small wagon up there. But the idea is this will no longer serve vehicles. The existing failing retaining wall that I showed you in the photos, that'll be removed, and we'll be replacing with a series of stone. One of the nice things about this area is that trap rock can be ripped laterally, and it can be used for boulder walls. And since the base is very stable, it lends itself well. There's a number of properties further up Sagamore where the entire walls are made with native rock. And so
Maybe you give a little preview.
So that driveway will completely go away, and because we're cutting in, and I'm now down at this layer, and I'm trying to get up 6 feet higher than the existing garage, so I can have someone come into the house and enter into the sheltered part rather than having to come up 16 feet of stairs into the house. They'll come into the garage, which is now been is oriented facing to the north. You'll come up the driveway to the garage. There's a turnout or second parking area in the side yard. So when guests come, they don't have to walk up the 15%. There is a path that's been created off of Sagamore Road for people to walk up onto the site without the need for a rope, and then turn and come up the rest of the driveway and access the primary entrance where most people will come, there is still a door to the front, but the primary entrance has now been moved onto the north side of the house. So there's the architect will go over this, there's a garage entrance, and then you can either come in the garage and then go up in through the elevator or stairs up into the main level, or for people who come to the site, they can also get out of their car, go up a series of stairs, and come in the primary entrance into the entry vestibule, which again is now facing to the north of the site. So it was, again, it was an iterative operation. How can we get the longest driveway to get up to be 1 foot below one floor below the existing house, and make it all look seamless, make it all comply with coverage, and make it an attractive and modest home set in the woods.
So Rich, the orange disturbance, that's about 6,500 according to the chart.
6506,
Okay.
and then the disturbance in the green area.
Right. Why do you want to talk about the numbers, and then why do you need to disturb that?
Okay, so again, orange area for safety and constructability. And by the way, I would point out on the existing survey, it becomes pretty clear to us that when this house was constructed, it was most likely constructed from the neighboring house to the right, 93. Because if you look at it, you can see there's a level coming off of their driveway, off of the driveway. There's a level area that was cut to get access to the site. So we pretty much surmise if you walk up there, you can almost see it's a level area that you can see there's an access to the side. Not being able to build the house anymore from the neighbor's property, the orange area is both because we need to create a construction road up into the site, and then we also need to make sure it's safe for the owners. That's the orange area.
Landscape architect whispered that there would now be ability of a fire truck to get up there.
Look, a fire truck will probably not pull up there. Let's be honest with you. But you can get an emergency vehicle. You can get an ambulance up there. It's now safe to get an ambulance up there. You cannot fit one of our Milburn ambulances up that existing driveway. There's no way. But we will be able to pull an ambulance up into that area. Fire truck would never go up there, even though it's 15%. They could do it. I hear them chugging up 17% Sagamore all the time, but they would fight any fire from the street where there's good visibility. The green area, the purpose of that, as we indicate, is slope stabilization to slow runoff, to move water around the dwelling for pickup and inlets, and to create stable planting areas. So if you look, this green area, so this is where it's the steepest. We've pushed back a seat wall, and then we've done a series of walls that both help to create flatter panels inside of that, but also allow us to bring the water around the outside, where we can pick it up and strategically place inlets within there as it comes down through these areas. And then we can get that to the front, to an area where there's a potential area for dry well here, or a potential area for dry wells in here. In these areas, if we don't get good perk, we actually do systems that are solid containers, and we drain them out of the bottom with a metered flow. So we will be able to meet the requirements of the ordinance and provide detention, but that would be in the front. But these, if you look and you see the way that you can almost see the way that these walled areas have been created to allow water to cascade down, and rather than just hitting it in the back of the house, we're directing them laterally around the house, where we can then pick them up and create the front. Part of that is also just to get that driveway in on the right side as well, to get a stable area so that we're not just turning in. You got an area to back, you don't have to back up the driveway, you have an area to back out and then go back out, whether it's the owners or an ambulance, etc. There's an area for a turnout, and then come back down the hill.
Okay, and Rich, it's your contention that the green area was also previously disturbed. Why do you say that?
Well, again, if we looked at that section, you can see it was really steep behind the existing house. And that's because when they created a level pad, they cut in here and created something that was 77%. Keep in mind, 100% is 45 degrees. I have it cut out, but I won't show it here right now. So when they pushed soil in the front and they cut soil in the back, we think that all of their area 1 and area 2 are all in areas that are estimated areas of previous steep slope disturbance.
Okay, now the board had an application a couple months ago where it expressed a concern when somebody came for a steep slope board and said they're trying to make a bigger backyard than they really bargained for, a flatter area. And the concern is the property just didn't warrant it, and the board's obviously concerned with the integrity of the ordinance and the reasons behind it. Is there any effort and anything happening in that regard here?
No, clearly, we're not trying to create a level backyard for a pool or for accessory structures or play structures. We're exploiting the existing lawn areas that are on either side of the existing dwelling as passive gardens. So they'll be able to look from the house onto those areas. They'll be able to go out and ambulate. There's no patios in them. But we purposely did, this is not a land grab either to create a bigger house or to create areas of, when somebody, and I'll get to these areas in a second, when the guy said, are they gonna put a pool up there? It's like, no, there's no pool going on the property, and if we did any more disturbance, we'd come back for a variance, but I'll talk about the nature of those again. There's no land grab here. This is really about getting a house that manages the water that comes off that road, similar to what I showed you on 75 Sagamore, that rushes in against the back of the house, pools against the foundation, and gets under the house. So we're looking at using this to basically bifurcate that water down, around, and out, and into the storm sewer system that sits in the front left corner of our property. There's an existing inlet right there. Areas of retention are available. And then finally,
Purple now.
the purple is
we got it at 2475
Yep.
square feet out of the 15,000 net disturbance.
Yep.
So what do you want purple?
Mr. Calafrio, it's purple. I think it would be helpful to explain to the board and the public what the current stormwater management system is for this property, if any.
the current stormwater management system is there are no visible inlets on the site. The water runs to the back of the house. The grade is very high up on the house, so a lot of it runs down along the foundation. Surprisingly, there was no visible water. Unlike 75, on the day we had that burst of water, there was no visible water pouring off this site. So a lot of it gets trapped and may come underneath the existing house. So that's a lot of the reason why, because you're still getting 280 feet of water coming off from Crest Drive into the back of this property. And so there's essentially nothing except there is a well-defined gutter along the street. Deep gutter. It's kind of a pain to park because you put your wheels in and you think you're going to catch the bottom of your car. There's a gutter that we're going to maintain. And then over that gutter, we're going to put a grate so that any water, and we'll have inlets along the driveway as well. Any water that does come down will drop into that, through the grate, into the existing swale. And that discharges into, right here, there is a stormwater inlet. And that sits over a 24-inch reinforced concrete pipe that has very good pitch. So it's got excellent capacity. So essentially, we're taking a site that has no discernible stormwater management other than keeping it in the crawl space to create mold. And we're creating a way of getting rid of that with no danger to the neighbors and no adverse impacts on the town storm sewer system.
There's one, when we moved in, we put in one pipe from here, inside, because we got a lot of water here.
So there's been some makeshift drainage, but
There's
not
a
much.
makeshift drainage out there.
So the purple area is the next area, and I have to apologize. Over the summer, I had some heavy metal poisoning issues, and I was not in the office when this plan went out. And so my guys did a great job, and their numbers were basically correct, but we call this a lawn path for rear yard access, and it's not simply for rear yard access. It does allow access, and it's been shown to weave up where trees aren't, but we really thought of it as two drainage intercepts. And yes, we made it wide enough so, there's a number of ash trees on the site that the client had to have taken down because they were dying. And the tree company said, we can't take them out, you gotta leave them there because we have no way to physically pull them down, get them down. And so they just felled them. I guess that's the attitude of the reservation, that if it should just decay naturally over time, but not what most homeowners want to do. So while there was an access component, the primary purpose of the purple area is what we're calling the middle drainage intercept. So it's roughly middle of the backyard. And what we've done is on the section, you'll see that's an area where we can
Just call out the board or exhibit, Rich.
So I'll go back. I'm leaving A4 and going back to A3 for a second. That middle drainage intercept is basically where we picked up with a wall. We picked up that little path area to allow water to come down. It'll break at that point. We can get some inlets in there and intercept any water that comes down. And then the upper, so that corresponds to the purple area. And that is a total of reduced area of 2475 after we took out, actually there was only one little section. So that really only lost 22 square feet. So that's 2475 is the purple area. And then we've got an upper drainage intercept. So that makes a curve and comes up, and again, carefully placed so it doesn't disturb any of the mature trees on the site, save possibly one. And that makes the curve, and that yellow area represents 2,102 square feet. And so again, if we go back to the section, you'll see the idea is you've got 200 and some feet of water coming from Crest Drive down the slope. We have the first intercept here, which we create a little an intercept, just the same way they do with Sagamore Road. We carve it on one section, fill a little bit on the other, and allows me to get some inlets along that path. And then whatever bypasses that, blows over it, continues down, gets to the second drainage intercept. And then if anything gets past that, besides being pitched laterally, it also is now coming down slopes that are basically 3-on-1, which is what Soil Conservation District says is manageable without any kind of extra measures. So we've created an area, so anything that gets past that now comes down these areas, and it's at a much slower rate. We've learned since, rice paddies in the 3rd century, actually the 600s to 800s, we've learned that terracing actually slows water down. And so that's what we're doing here. So anything that does get past the 2 drainage intercepts comes down and will come at a slower rate. And then we can have some wall drainage at the bottom of the wall, a little backfish of the wall, we get some drainage there. So all of this has been designed to intercept water that comes off the reservation, similar to what we showed you on 75, that is now getting down in along the foundation, into the crawl space, and we're not sure where it goes. It's not creating a problem on Sagamore, but we know there's water coming down. We see it. We just don't know where it's going because it's laying out on the back of the house and going down. So that's that is the 4th area of disturbance. The yellow section, which we did indicate was 2,102 square feet of disturbance. And so, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Richard, on sheet A5.
Yep.
That's where all the numbers are.
Mhm.
Right, just to put it all, we have orange now after the revision 6506, correct?
Mhm.
Okay, and the green is 3969,
For a total of 10,475.
okay? And then we have the middle drainage area, that's purple, that comes in at 2475, and the upper comes in at 2102, the yellow.
Correct.
And that gets us to the 15,052.
Yeah. So we've got the upper area, the orange and the green, which are what we consider areas of prior disturbance. Those come in at 10,475. And then we've got the drainage intercepts and drainage management areas. Part of that's in there, but we have the drainage intercepts, and those are a total of 4,577. And that gets us up to the 15,052.
And we appreciate the board's patience, some complications, but.
You're doing great.
Well, he's doing great.
Yeah.
I came up with the color scheme,
Right.
the most important aspect.
Take a picture.
But
A little garish on the color, a little garish on the colors if you ask me, but.
That's noted for the record.
That was from the, what was it, the bunnies, right, what the bunnies, we had the 4 bunnies that they had.
So,
So
look,
we appreciate this took a bit of your time, everybody's collective time.
Yeah, please.
So, you talk a lot, Mr. Keller, about the inlets.
Mhm.
So, as an improvement to what is existing in terms of stormwater management. Talk to us a little bit about, soils to ensure that in fact everything's gonna work, the water's going to fall into the inlets and they will serve the purpose for which they're installed. And also about maintenance, whether it's dry wells, inlets, et cetera, so that they don't overflow, end up with leaves, and then end up on neighboring properties.
well, I will say, we've learned how to build in steep slopes. if we had these steep slope ordinances, we wouldn't have San Francisco, Pittsburgh, any of the Greek Isles, half of Rome wouldn't exist. So we certainly know how to build and build safely. And there are, both within the town and statewide, there are organizations that are in place to ensure that. So as a matter of getting any building permit, if this board were to approve the variances requested, we would need to provide a detailed grading and drainage plan. It's also explicitly stated in the steep slope ordinance that we have to do that, and it further reminds the engineer what they have to look for. We also need to file with Soil Conservation District in areas of steep slopes. They will regularly require that during the construction process, we use double sill fence, we use what's called super sill fence. There are added measures to help protect the site both during construction and after construction. In fact, the state mandates that every town must have a steep slope ordinance. Some towns have gotten away with it, and they've gotten away with the quantification, and they just require, if you have an area that has a certain amount of steep slopes, you need to produce a separate report that details how you're going to protect these surrounding properties, both during and after the construction process. So there's, there's nothing on this site that tells me we can't drain it properly. We haven't done any perk tests. My suspicion is we won't get great perk up there. We didn't get great perk further down the road. We did a pool at 75. We've done other grading plans. I've worked on the Burson property up at 155, I think it is. I'm sorry, 155 is down the road. Up at 53, I think it is, or 63. We know we sometimes get surprising perk, but most times we don't get good perk, in which case we don't design a system that uses infiltration. We use this thing that holds it, and then it uses a small orifice to control the flow out of that detention system to make sure that we're meeting the town requirement that we don't increase the rate of runoff after development. I think we only have about 1,870 square feet increase in impervious, but our mandate really was much more than just detaining for 1,870 square feet. Our mandate from the owner is, if I'm going to build a house, I need to make sure I'm protective of myself and the neighborhood. And the neighborhood was equally important. And so, we design things, look, if you don't maintain something long enough, you can have things go wrong. But actually on this area, what's nice is because all of these pitches are so steep, a lot of these pipes are self-cleaning in a sense. So the velocities are enough in them that they don't tend to pick up debris that clogs the pipes. They're self-cleaning, gets it down to that 24-inch pipe. That 24-inch pipe is set at a good pitch because Sagamore Road's at a good pitch. I ride my bicycle up it all the time. It's a struggle, but that means that you get excellent movement away of the water in that 24-inch pipe, which is a very large pipe because it's picking up all the storm water. And back in the 1870s through the 1950s, they didn't provide on-site detention. They didn't do drainage plans like we do now. So you have both a grading permit requirement. It's reinforced in the steep slope requirement, and as part of the grading permit, you'll have to present a tree replacement plan. And our tree replacement plan will actually not just give the required replacements. Brian has an extensive planting plan to re-beautify the site and take advantage of the architecture, get rid of the ash trees on the site which are dying, any other non-native invasive species, and hopefully we've done everything possible to save that large oak tree on the property. So I have no reason to believe that property, Carol and Rodney Sneda Wong, I didn't do that because back then I said I didn't want to work for anybody within a couple hundred feet of my house. And I realized it wasn't a great drainage plan that kicked all that water down the road. We could have done better, and I decided, especially with the team that Ryan put together, I decided to break my rule and work within 200 feet of my house. But I think that I have no reason to believe that we can't create a grading plan that will be maintainable and efficient, efficacious, and obviously the town engineer is going to be scrutinizing that. The only thing, before I turn it over to the, I guess I should just quantify some of the other variance relief required. We've gone pretty exhaustively through the steep slope inventory. The site data table does show that we are well compliant. We're actually under by 1,870 square feet on lot coverage. We're under by, we're under by 6,071 square feet on total lot coverage. We've only added that 1,870 indicated before. So we're well under on lot coverage. We're well under on building coverage. 14% is permitted. We're at 7% now. We're going up to 8.75%. So we're still under that by nearly 2,000 feet on the building coverage. We are compliant with the height. It's really rare on these steep sites. It's often easy to meet the height from average grade because the average grade comes higher. Where you often have a problem is meeting the low to high requirement. So you're allowed 32 feet from average grade, but your lowest point to your highest point can't be any more than 37 feet. And on steep slope sites, it's really rare when you don't need a variance for that. But the architect kept the floor heights and any appurtenances on the roof down, so we're fully compliant. We're actually under by almost 9 inches from low to high, and we're actually under by more than 3.5 feet from average grade. So the house certainly is fully conforming. It's really an underdevelopment on the site, certainly not a land grab. So in terms of the other variance relief, besides requiring a deviation of 14,052, that's 15,052 minus the 1,000 square foot that's permitted. And I will point out, this board has talked for a long time about trying to get the town to change this ordinance and to tie it to some lot area. But whether you have a 6,000 square foot lot or you have a 2-acre lot, you're only allowed 1,000 square feet of disturbance. We have a lot that's double the size of required. You're still required, only allowed 1,000 square feet. As indicated, we need, in addition to the steep slope variance, there are sections, there are 12 conditions of the approval for a grading permit in steep slope areas, and we don't comply with 2 of those. One is that there shall be a minimum distance between step retaining walls equal to the height of the highest wall. So that means if you have a 3-foot wall, you have to be 3 foot apart. You have a 4-foot wall, 4 foot apart. We actually, we have some walls that are 4 feet. We're proposing to be only 3 feet apart. We're bringing them closer together because it actually means less steep slope disturbance. And in previous applications, the township engineer has opined that that's not a problem. It just means that when the walls get less than the height apart, they start to structurally interact. And so they will look at, make sure that we do structural calculations to indicate that those walls are stable. So again, we know how to build these walls, and your township engineer will require that. So there's the separation of walls where 4 foot's required for 4-foot walls. We're proposing 3. 4.75 is required for 4.7 foot high walls. We're proposing 2, and that's actually areas in the front where we have an existing 4.5 foot wall, and we're tying a wall into it. So because we're tying a wall into it, we deviate. There's a couple areas where we bring walls together and we're not quite separated enough, but we need to bring those walls together to get the height change. So they only occur in a couple spaces, but again, we want to be very conservative and make sure we requested a variance for that.
Height of the retaining wall in the front yard.
And then lastly, height of the retaining wall in the front yard. We have an existing retaining wall that's 4.5 feet. We're going to remove a part of it to allow for a new curb cut. We're going to fill in part of it where the existing curb cut is, and then ties into and leaves a gap where the old wall continues on the right side of that walk up. So I've got a 4.5 foot wall. I'm looking to rebuild that wall just as the same height. The rest of the walls in here are mostly 2 feet. I did have a couple areas where they're 3 feet. And so we noticed, and I've got one area, so most of these are 3 feet, which would be the separation in non-steep slope areas. We have 2 foot, we have these 3 foot, the walls range between 4.5. Most of these are actually at 3 feet. We do have one area right up in the corner of the garage where 2 walls come together, and those walls actually go up to about, again, close to 4 feet. So there's isolated areas where we violate the height in the front yard, and then most of these walls, again, are 3 feet in height. So that's section 609.6.
Really the rebuilding of a 4.5 5-foot wall,
Correct.
substantial part.
And then again, to get back up to grade, and get a safe driveway, we couldn't, when you're so steep, you can't go 2 feet out and 2 feet up, you're chasing grade. So the only way to do it was to come up 3 feet and then come back, the 3 feet and then have a slope of 1 foot between them. It's the only way to, otherwise, if you tried to meet the ordinance, you'd never catch up to the existing grade. So it's just required because it's this area of prior disturbance is steep enough, you can't do it. And this is the way that it's been done up and down Sagamore. If you drive up in Sagamore, you see routinely walls that are either higher than 2 feet or that are spaced less than 3 feet apart.
There, just in terms of the topographic features, you have practical difficulties satisfying the strict requirements of the ordinance there.
Yep, and believe it or not, I'll let the other, I'll certainly answer questions, but I'll go to the proofs, unless you want to do proofs now, but I'll go to the proofs after we have the other two guys talk.
Yeah, I think so, but I just wanted, we're talking about the features.
Yep.
Let's just touch for the last minute or two on any impacts to the neighbor from your perspective. Having lived on the street, the neighbor to the left is here. The other neighbors, I don't think are here. But could you talk about that?
Left and right.
Here, yeah, if you could talk about that.
So in terms of, I know the neighbor to our left expressed some concerns because we were moving our driveway closer to theirs. And it's true, but we are, there is no code requirement. Our driveway, as it hits the right-of-way line, is still some 22, 23 feet from their property, where we flare out at the curb, at the gutter line. We're still roughly 12 to 15 feet away, because we've allowed for a car to come down and either make the hard left towards Maplewood or continue down towards downtown Millburn. But there's really no impact. We're not changing. We've taken off that notion of changing any grades within 5 feet of the property. Our drainage inlets will pick up, and look, the people next door, they have right next to their stairs, they have an elaborate open gutter system where they're channeling water down off that mountain to get it down. Their house actually sits behind us, and all of our water is now going to be restricted from traveling onto their property because we're going to be putting inlets strategically placed around the property. So in terms of drainage, I see no negative impact. Their house is primarily sits above the existing garage and back somewhat. I see no negative impact with the driveway being close to them. There's not a lot of trips that are generated by a single family dwelling. There are driveways, there are some shared driveways, there are driveways throughout Sagamore. Last one I'll do is A6.
What are we gonna call this one, Mike?
A6 is annotated aerial photo. What I've done here is I've got our property in question in the center. You can see next to an iPod, it's a little hard to see, but this is a photograph from March 3rd, 2023. I have it dated today, it was created today. And what we did is we have the aerial photo to a scale of 1 inch equals 80, slightly screened, so you can see the property lines. And what we've indicated is you can see where the houses are relative to one another. And I've also gone through, because that's why we like Zoom, because you can zoom up on board hearings. But I went in very close, and I was able to see where existing retaining walls are, where areas of development, where the trees stop, and I was able to put on all of the limits of what I would perceive as the limit of disturbance on all the properties, coming from 155 up to the Burson property at 63 and beyond that. And you can see that these are the house next to us sits behind us. Their primary garage is roughly midline of our house, so it's well behind us, and we're intercepting all that drainage. We're leaving the garage exactly as it is, except we're taking off the superstructure on top of it and just going with a living fence along the outside of it. That remains. The rest of the house does meet the full requirements as far as side yard setbacks, combined side yard setbacks. But I thought it was also instructive to see, there's Crest Drive up to the top. There's from Crest Drive back into our property. I've got to the area of prior disturbance. I've got 280 feet of
if you walk Crest Drive, this basically falls off pretty steep, comes down pretty quickly at 23%, and it comes right through the property. And you can see this is the area where we're looking at trees as well as the topography. This is what we're calling the area of prior disturbance. Each of these lots right next to us at 93, there's a pool in the back. You can see the limited disturbance. The water company, you can see where they created their cisterns, limited disturbance. You can see the Burson property at 63 almost goes back to the property line, limited disturbance. The property to our left at 109 also has disturbance right to the back of the property. 113 has a significant level playing area that they've created in the backyard. We did a pool at 155 that actually didn't require steep slope variance because it was a different ordinance. A pool in the back. And so you can see these kind of levels of where it's not so steep and the houses were brought forward because the properties weren't quite as steep. They were the disturbance comes forward in these areas where you start to get the deeper properties and the steeper properties. You can see the levels of disturbance go considerably further back. But the reason I brought this up was to show the house on the left of us. You can see there's the front line of the house. There's our garage, and there's our house, and that's the midline of what we're recreating. So clearly, any drainage would flow down, and we're protecting that because we're picking that all up in a state-of-the-art detention system. So there'll be no adverse impact on the neighbor in terms of view shed. We're not building anything that will limit their views to New York City, which are basically off to that direction, to the Freedom Tower. As part of our architecture design, we detailed studies of where the Bayonne Bridge was, where the Verrazano was, where the downtown New York was, and we made sure that we were neither affecting a neighbor and that we knew where our windows needed to be placed on the property. So the purpose of A6 was to show you the limits of disturbance and show you the property to the left is protected. The property to the right is biased further away. That's the one at 83. That's the one that we believe access to this property under prior construction was to come off that driveway. There's a continuation of those grades right from the site. Since we're not doing that anymore, we'll come to our property. But you can see that we're matching average grades here. So this property is lateral to us. Certainly no impact. No impact to the neighbors across the street because we're picking up all that drainage. We're maintaining the swale, and we're putting in a grade over the driveway. So no negative impact to the neighbors.
Okay. Do you have any further testimony at this point?
Nope.
Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. I would like you to take these exhibits and just put them out a little bit so that neighbors can take a look at them real fast.
Absolutely.
When we resume, we'll be opening up for questioning from the board as well as any interested parties of Mr. Kelly, because you covered a ton of material there. So if you have some questions at this point, we're gonna open up for questions, okay? Great, so 5-minute recess and come back and we'll go over this. if they have any questions. You good with that, Mr. Skolnick? Yeah, of course. Okay, good. So, anyone on the board have any questions for Mr. Keller and the testimony that he has given so far?
Rich, since you're taking away the greater than 1 foot within 5 foot of the property line, you don't need a variance on that, so we can cross that off, right?
Cross that off, correct. Yep.
So, you mentioned, and actually I'm also a proponent of that where you talked about a lot, no matter how large the size is, being 1,000 square feet. Okay, so if your lot's in the R6 or the R3, you have 1,000 square feet, right? But you're at about 40% disturbance. Okay, so that's obviously, it would never go there, right? You're never gonna see it.
No, I wouldn't go there. When they came up with that ordinance, we did a statistical analysis of some of the steep slope variants. Some of the steep slope projects I did that did not need variance, when it used to be broken into percentage of, 20 to 30.
Correct.
And I had properties that were 1.6 acres with 20,000 square feet of disturbance that did not need a variance. Before that, the ordinance was, if you had more than 1/3 of your property was steeper than 15%, you had to reduce your coverage by 1/3, but you could disturb all the steep slope you wanted to. So that's how a lot of our town was developed. So that disturbance happened, some of it legally, some of it predates zoning. But yeah, we're still high. So even though we're only almost double, we've got a lot more than 2,000 square feet. But, again, statistically and empirically, we looked at 10 to 20% was viable under the old ordinance. So even at 20%, I'd be at 7,500 square feet, something like that. So this is not your run-of-the-mill property. Sagamore Road is a unique property. This development was unique. Let's face it, under the current ordinance, you wouldn't have developed any of these properties on the uphill side of Sagamore Road. You wouldn't have any of them. And I think Sagamore Road and the township is better for it, but we need relief. And I think it's pretty well documented when you look at the site and you look at the aerial photography, you look at the trees, and you look at the cross-section, that first 175 feet was clearly disturbed. So it's an area of prior disturbance. Our ordinance is so narrow in its definition of redevelopment that we don't get to count that, but it's clearly an area that's been changed before to get all the existing development up and down Sagamore. Every single house up and down Sagamore Road on that north side would need some form of relief if we were to build it today.
So, this question is going to come up, so I may as well ask it now. Obviously you have a lot of disturbance here in all your various colors and sections and so forth. Is this really where you need to be? I mean, is it possible to trim some of this disturbance? Because we might as well address it now.
Yep. Look, I think I've been coming to this board long enough and working with architects, and we've told the board in certain circumstances, we couldn't make any smaller. I couldn't make the hallways any smaller, and the architect couldn't make the hallways any smaller. I couldn't make the grades any less. I can't make it less than 15%. I would like to be 14%, but we couldn't get any less than 15%. So I don't have a lot of latitude. The areas I do have some latitude is in the two intersecting. We took a look at areas 3 and 4.
Colors, Mr. Keller.
Areas 3 and 4, purple and yellow. We took a look at the purple and yellow areas and said, do I need to be that wide? Well, it's nice to get vehicles up there for to get a soft tire or a track machine up there for maintenance and tree removal. But do I need that width? No, I could probably size these down and make them half as much. And still, I might make them a little steeper, a little more back pitch to intercept water. But I could certainly, I could cut these down by as much as 50%. I think I'd still get about the same efficacy. I think what we designed is optimal. I'm a little hesitant because I don't think there's any negative impact from doing that. And I want to make sure that my client's imperative was safe driveway, dry house. I'm not going to spend a year and a half designing and spend the kind of money I'm going to spend. And it's not going to be a cheap house to build just because even with the construction road, they're difficult sites to build on. So I was hesitant to go any lower initially. We did take Rick Skolnick pushed us, what can we lose? What can we lose? What can we lose? And I was intractable. on the,
Rick's a smart guy.
Rick and Green.
What was that? Said Rick's a smart guy.
That's in the transcript,
Wanted to
right?
make sure I've been here before.
I'm really intractable on the green and yellow areas. I think I absolutely need that disturbance. The upper levels.
Or green and orange.
Sorry, green and orange, yes, green and orange. The green and orange, I think I absolutely need those to create a safe buildable site that manages water well. I definitely need intercepts above me because I've got 280 feet of water coming towards me, but they could be smaller.
That's 4,600 feet, those two,
Yep.
purple.
And so I could size those down to be 2,300 and I'd still I might make them a little more radical in their back pitch, but I think I could, without requiring any additional variance for wall heights or things like that, I think I could make them work.
Can you go with an alternative design to those intercepts? What I'm thinking about is what we normally see, which is infiltration basins, detention basins that would normally be probably smaller, certainly in size, just in terms of disturbance than those intercepts. And whether if you tried a different type of stormwater management technique, if that's what your goal is, that would result in less disturbance than what we're looking at.
If I try to put basins above me, I'm doing two things. One is I'm holding water. If it overtops, now I've got water sheeting down against me. I don't want to hold water above it. And actually, I think what you get is you get rid of the yellow one and your purple one would get twice as fat to get an impoundment area to hold water. And I really don't want to create a lake above the house. I'd rather manage it, intercept it at points along that path, and then manage that and get it down into areas in the front where I can provide detention and then let that meter at a controlled rate into the town storm sewer system. I'm very nervous about putting an impoundment area above.
How many of these detention basins? That's a ton of water trying to trap.
Well, most of it I'm going to let run through. I'm going to detain enough to cover the 1,870 square feet. There may be some pipe. We may find some pipes in there that we don't know about, but I couldn't find any pipes coming into the swell. I'm going to provide the required detention, but my goal is to get that water around and into, ultimately, whether it goes through my neighbor's property on either side, it's going to end up in that town storm sewer system. So my detention only needs to be roughly 500 cubic feet by ordinance, which is about 8,000 gallons of water. And I can do that pretty easily in tanks in the area in front of the existing garage and in where the old, what we think is the boiler room was. I have enough area to do that and not rely on stormwater infiltration and permeability, and design a system that will work.
And that 1,870 square feet, you're talking about just off the roof?
No, 1,870 square feet is the net increase in impervious area.
Oh, you're gonna capture the net increase.
Yeah, so I capture the net increase. Actually, to be honest with you, our ordinance may actually require me to, because I'm rebuilding the house, it may actually make me do the entire footprint of the house in lieu of. So I may have to do, just not counting the existing garage, I may have to do something like 3,700 square feet of mitigation. But we clearly would meet that, and I can still do
Because
that.
otherwise you're not improving necessarily the existing.
I'm definitely improving. I will definitely be improving it.
Well,
It'll
in
be
terms-
controlling
in
where it
terms of
goes.
that, in terms of capturing from the house.
Oh, yeah. Well, that we're definitely doing because we know that's going to route down through the system. And I'll probably route that. What I probably would do, again, it's going to take we were hesitant to spend another $20,000, which is what it's going to cost to design the system without knowing we could get a variance because we know we can do it. Potentially opposition attorney who lives across the street, hired an engineer. I talked with her and she was totally on board, said it's absolutely doable. Knock yourself out. So in terms of these two areas for stormwater management, we'll probably take the roof leaders all into one and direct everything else that comes right through another one and have two separate systems that then join into the storm system alone. It's I like to bifurcate roof water, because it's the only water that's technically clean, Although most of what's coming off the mountain is clean, it's not driveway water, but we like to bifurcate roof water when we can.
Any other questions?
Basic question. I know that the whole project started with mold in your house. That was explained to us in our packet. And I believe you said you're gonna try to save the foundation. So I'm just trying to, I'm sure that the architect will probably answer this and maybe you can answer as well. If you're preserving that foundation, how do you know that old foundation isn't leaky, that you can have mold all over again?
Right, well, we will inspect it. Obviously, the bigger problem with getting rid of existing mold is it gets into the wood plates. So anywhere there's wood, everything else can be fairly cleaned with a bleach type solution and mold mitigated. But obviously, once we have done some exploratory work, even if we had to pull the block out, we would keep the foundation back in the same place. So we'll make that our goal, both for financial reasons, but also because we believe the block can be salvaged to use the existing. I think it's 70 to 80% of the existing foundation will be used. The architect can clarify that number. But clearly, if once we get the house off and we can look at those walls in their entirety, if there's a different decision, we still wouldn't make the foundation any bigger.
Okay, so not bigger, but you'll make sure that it's not in.
Oh, yeah.
that mold can't
Yeah.
penetrate, if
That's-
it's sealed or whatever you do.
That's-
What are these pathways gonna be made of, the lawn path, gonna be made of lawn with lawn underneath, the soil underneath?
Yeah,
Purple and yellow?
where we've we flattened them out, and Brian, our landscape, who's architect and contractor, has worked both further up. His contractors have worked further up Sagamore Road, creating such paths. We've done some stuff off of Minnesink on steep slope areas where we've managed paths, and so yeah, they're a ground cover. And Brian will speak briefly. Brian can talk about what he puts in there, but they're ground cover. But since we're flattening them, they're not susceptible to runoff.
And last question, you have a lot of stones. What secures those stones in place and keeps them from running down onto Sagamore Road?
Yeah, and clearly I talked about boulders washing across Sagamore Road. And again, you put them in, they're made to look dry laid, but they're all wet. They're all cemented in the back, but we leave plenty of openings so water can come through with a filter fabric behind it. So they appear to be natural, but they're held in place with mortar in the back where you don't see it. Filter fabric to stop soil from migrating so you didn't get sediment above it. And then in areas where we'll back pitch it. So on top of that then goes a soil layer, and that soil layer is a fairly dense soil layer. So where I have to collect water, we can back pitch it and get it into an inlet. It doesn't run through the cracks.
And there's some sort of assessment process regularly for some, I've never seen so many stones on a property, so this is
Yeah, I mean,
exceptionally.
essentially,
large number of stones.
you know, we wanted to present, and Brian actually, I kind of said, here's my grade, and Brian went on a 10 scale and kind of laid it all out as to how he would build it and cascade water down through it. But yeah, we didn't want to go with any kind of modular block system because that's not typical to Sagamore Road, but native rock is abundant and it can be held in with mortar, concrete, and built.
Is there an assessment, a person who can assess this like every 5 years to make sure the stones are in place?
Yeah, I mean, clearly, if there's any stones come loose, you'll know it pretty quickly. But yeah, I mean, the whole idea is, and we did this on a property. Unfortunately, we'll never see it. It's a large property up on Minnesink that Brian did amazing paths like this that are completely stable. They've gone through Hurricane Ida, similar heavy storms with no movement at all. They're held in place, and the paths are viable and used constantly. And so we've got some, to me, and the first thing I told Narayan was, you can get rid of me at any point, but you got to have Brian assist you on the build. Brian's guys build this because Brian has the expertise to do that. Because I've seen it in other areas. This is not something that's left for a guy who plows driveways and builds modular block retaining walls. It's a little more specialized.
There's a lot of rocks that are facing Sagamore, and those are the ones I'm most worried about.
And that's actually
Roll
what,
down onto Sagamore.
and if you drive up and down Sagamore, you'll see there's a lot of that kind of walls where they have the rocks embedded in the existing soil, holding back soil. So it's really an embedment process of embedding rocks in where you can. You chip away at some of the rocks, you get a ledge in there if you need to hold it back with some concrete. So it's really it's a stone by stone, labor intensive job. It's not meant for the lowest common denominator. It's not a modular block wall, but it's what exists on Sagamore Road. And we'd like to see that.
They're not gonna end up on Sagamore Road.
No.
Thank you.
I don't live across the street, but there is still, it's not like I moved to a country with no extradition. And I still have friends up and down Sagamore Road, so, I'm protective of the neighborhood, believe me.
Any other questions from the board? So I'll open up for questions. So this is questions only from the audience. If anyone has a question from the crowd regarding Mr. Keller's testimony.
Yes.
Just please give us your name and where you live, okay? And once again, these are for questions only.
I'm Dorothy Guo, D-O-R-O-T-H-Y, last name G-O-O. I live on 101 Sagamore. If you look at the house, facing the house is on the left.
Okay.
101 Sagamore.
Your question.
Okay. I know a lot has been discussed and a question has been asked by the board, but I do have some question prepared. Just want to get a clear, relevant, simplifies the answer, right? Okay, the first category, there's a couple questions, but I will ask at the same time. Questions about the new driveway entrance location. The one, right? You mentioned that I do have some concerns. There are 31 houses on Sagamore Road on the hillside in Melbourne. More than 80%, that is about 25 houses, have driveway entrance from the right of the property to the left of the property, regardless where the parking lot is located. They are all properly and nicely spaced and situated. 99 Sagamore property lot has the width.
Ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to give some background. I come to the,
You're going to have an
okay.
opportunity to make statements later on in the
Mhm.
proceeding. This is just for questions of this particular witness.
Yeah,
Assume
okay.
he's very, very familiar as he lived there with the
Okay.
property. So you're
His
absolutely
plot
correct.
width is 173 feet, is wider than most of the property on Sagamore. Why you change the drive entry so close to my driveway? Do
Well,
you?
as he stated, it's as of right. Okay, so honestly, he doesn't have to answer the question. It's
Okay.
he can do that. He's not asking for a variance for the driveway. It can lawfully exist. So, there's really no justification for it. It can lawfully
Okay,
exist.
well, my question is, this is on the hillside. Did you also notice the driveway across the street, 199? You're facing, it's going to be very in close proximity, So specifically, I think the neighbor told me once, the drive entry will be 5-6 feet away from where my drive entry is. So specifically, how many feet you have, to my driveway? And you're facing the 100 Sagamore and also the 98 Sagamore, right? And on the other side, you have almost 200 feet available you don't use. Do you consider maybe, there is other options?
Well, my property's 173 feet wide. The driveway is approximately, the driveway at the closest point, which is really at the gutter, at the property line, I'm 30 feet away. But at the gutter line, I'm about 11 feet from the property line.
It's
And then-
about,
and then
because I
your-
know here is only less than 5 feet. If you use the ruler
Correct.
goes up from here to the top. Yeah, I think it's 6 to 8 feet away.
What?
Okay.
I'm not sure what you're asking, but with regard to the driveway across the way,
Mhm.
one thing that we notice on Sagamore is it's really problematic when neighbors come, when guests come and they have to park. And if your driveways are aligned, the nice thing is that after the two driveways, you have a much more, a longer uninterrupted section of gutter along which you can park. So when you have a hodgepodge and hopscotching of driveways, means I get cars parked on one side and it gets very narrow, and then parked on the other side, it's very narrow. Whereas if I have driveways that are close to each other, there's better visibility. I can see someone else who's moving, so there's better visibility. And again, we're talking about very low trip generation between single family homes. So I think it's actually more appropriate to have the driveway. And you said the driveways are separated. I mean, 198, the driveways are separated by less than a couple feet. So we're actually moving our driveway right across from that, which means that we'll free up curb line for parking. And again, even with 3 houses and 4th house in close proximity, the trip generation is so low, it doesn't really matter. And there are other areas where driveways intersect, or there are common driveways further up. And it may be that 80% start on the left and go up, but the way for us to, unless we were to push the house, the new house much further back, I needed to start on the left side and get as long a driveway as I could. If I start here and come this way, by the time I get back and turn around with a safe driveway, this house has to push back 30, 40 feet. If I come in on this side, there's just not enough run to get up into the house and turn around. Otherwise, I'd be taking down the existing garage, and I'd be putting a driveway within 5 feet of your house. This way, you have a garage that's been there for eons, and we're actually making it less visible for you and not using it for parking, not parking in the front yard. When we met on your property, you can see Narayan's car right in the front yard as you look down towards Manhattan. So this area will no longer be for parking. I think this is actually much more respectful of your view shed on your property and safety in terms of driveway and viability of visitors to park on Sagamore Road.
All right, I will have comments later. My next question, just want to confirm, you said that you have 4 variants listed and reduced one, the elevation more than 1 feet within 5 feet. That's the reason reduced. So you don't have any other, not explicitly list the variance required for this application, right?
I'm sorry, say it again, last part?
Because in the letter sent to us, you have maybe other variants will be requested during this hearing, right? In addition to the 4.
Right.
So there
was just 4.
Just
eliminated
3. Okay, so 3 right now. Okay. Currently, the existing detached garage, after the redevelopment, you're going to be used as a storage, right? Yeah. Okay. So currently, you have on the top have a patio, and in front there is like a paved driving way. Is a paved driving lot is going to maintain?
Pavement goes away.
Okay.
And there will be no use of a patio on the top.
Yeah.
Small to stage it into the.
Okay.
Yeah, there'll be a concrete pad right in front of it, but the driveway's coming out and the
Yeah.
wall's coming out.
And there is a zoning, I know everyone is expert. I'm not very good at this, but I will give a try. In the zoning code, there is a definition about accessory use. Accessory use is defined as, private garage, sheds, a swimming pool, platform, tennis court, and the greenhouse. After redevelopment, the garage changes its use. It's not going to be used as a detached garage anymore. So will you need a variance, like a change of the purpose, the use variance? And also remember, currently the garage is not complying with the zoning code.
Sure.
And you're supposed to be 12 feet away from the property line. Right now it's less than 5 feet, like 4.45 feet. And so do you need, under the redevelopment plan, you need to bring this garage, detached garage, to comply with the code?
It's an existing non-conforming condition that probably predates zoning. Looks like it's been there for more than 75, more than 100 years. Certainly predates zoning from the 50s. We are keeping it. We're lessening the intensity of the use because we're no longer using it to park cars. We're not using the top of it anymore. So we did notice in our site data box that it's an existing non-conforming condition that we're looking to keep that variance condition. Again, it's a less intense use since we didn't want to chip away at that rock to get basement storage. And there's only a small portion. You've got a garage and a small portion within the main body of the house that has a lower level for a little storage, and basically circulation up. So it will be helpful for storage, for lawn maintenance, for kids' bikes, things like that. It will be helpful to have that to stay. It is one of the more historic structures on the property. We are getting rid of the boiler room, but we are asking to keep that, and we did notice that it's an existing non-conforming condition. It doesn't meet the side yard requirement.
My next question, I will have comments later on that. My next question, what do you plan to do in the rear end disturb? What's the purpose to disturb here?
Well, as I indicated, we're no longer looking to disturb within 5 feet of your property line, but we're looking to create an intercept, a swale that intercepts, so that I showed it on the section, so that when water comes off the hillside from that 280 feet from Crest Drive, it'll first hit that intercept. I'll have some drainage in that. It'll then direct it. It'll direct water that comes down. It'll get into that. It'll help direct it down along the swale, where it'll have pick it up in inlets or a pipe set in stone, perforated pipe set in stone, so I can intercept water that comes down, and then I'll have another area to intercept water in the purple zone. So it does dual service. Its primary purpose is to intercept water. Its secondary purpose was to provide for access for maintenance vehicles to get into the back of the property for such things as tree removal, et cetera.
Yeah. Question regarding the mold issue remediation. Have you considered, like a board member also asked, any option to remediate the mold issue and the slope driveway with very limited and allowed disturbance, not at this extreme intent, scale?
The mold remediation is restricted to the existing house. And so we're trying to keep that existing footprint, and the mold remediation really has nothing to do with the steep slope disturbance, other than to rebuild, to demo parts of that house and rebuild it. We need construction access. We can no longer come through the neighbor's property. We can't get access with construction vehicles on a 23%, 10-foot wide driveway that's curving at the same time as it's dropping. So we need to create both safe access, but more importantly, we need to create a long driveway for safe vehicular access for the owners of the property. So the mold remediation is what's causing us to rebuild the house. Rebuilding the house is what's necessitating the orange disturbance in the front yard.
Have you considered the option to rebuild the house with a temporary drive and still use, enhance the existing driveway with limited disturbance?
Well,
That's an option too.
It would be very difficult to get it down to 15%, but if I did try to get a driveway that was at 15% and access the same point, when I got out of my car, I would still be 16 feet below the house, if you look at every other house on Sagamore Road, there isn't a single one that I know of, and I think it's 100%, where when you get to the driveway, you get to the basement level or you get to the first floor level. You're not 16 feet below the house, and this has no basement. So we're doing an intermediate level with that, we're dropping the garage 10 feet below the proposed house, but there's still a 6-foot differential between the proposed garage and the existing garage. So again, if that garage was further back, the existing garage was 30, 40 feet further back, maybe I've had some opportunities to do that. Again, I couldn't show you how many trace copies of fully worked out grading plans Brian and I did trying to come up with this scheme. It was over 6-8 months. There were at least 5 to 6 schemes of every conceivable way we could do it to try to minimize impact. And it just became obvious that we needed to disturb steep slopes to build a driveway. And you're not going to build an access road and then for construction access and then build back an unsafe driveway after you're done. I mean, once you've disturbed it, you've disturbed it. So we think that as I said before, the green and the orange areas are really areas that we need to create a safe, mold-free, accessible property.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Thank you.
We'll have more comments later.
Any other questions from the audience regarding testimony from Mr. Keller? Okay.
So we're going to call our next witness, Marvin Clausen, an architect. And we're going to try to streamline since the architectural issues are not paramount in this application.
Keller talked to me.
That's true too?
He still needs proofs.
Yes. Okay. Marvin, next exhibit is going to be 7.
A7.
A7. Okay, Why don't you mark them? A7, call it out for us as you mark them, and then go on.
Let's get him.
Yeah, let's get him sworn in.
Okay.
Credentials.
Just raise your right hand, please. Do you swear from testimony you're about to give in tonight's proceeding to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your name for the record, spelling your name.
Marvin, Marvin, Clausen, Clawson.
Okay, and your credentials, sir?
I'm a licensed architect. I've been licensed since 1990 in the state of New York. I attended graduate school at Columbia University, got an advanced degree in architectural design. I've met before boards in Milburn, Maplewood, Summit, South Orange, Montclair, and Asbury Park.
You've been recognized as an expert in the field of architecture by those boards,
I have been.
okay, and your licenses are in order at the moment?
They are.
No disciplinary proceedings?
No.
Okay, Chairman, I'd submit Mr. Clausen as an expert. Thank you, appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, back to it. Why don't you mark them all, so this way you can sort of streamline you. A7,
A8.
okay. And what else you gonna go with?
Let's mark them as we go along, so we can
Okay.
get proper
Okay.
explanation.
Okay. Just call it out what it is, so that the record and Mr. Simon and Ms. Davin
Okay.
can
Good evening.
have a name for the exhibits.
Okay. This is an illustrative perspective of the Hedgety House. This is Sagamore Avenue, or Sagamore Road, excuse me. This is the pathway up to the drive. This is the existing garage that we spoke about, and then a pathway to the drive through this wooded area. When we were designing this project, as Rich had mentioned before, it was a collaboration. We used 80% of the existing foundation of the project. In October or November of 2022, a structural engineer surveyed this structure and wrote a report, stated that we could rebuild the house safely on the foundations. When we did realize the ultimate footprint, which is on A8 here.
What do you want to call A8?
A8 is existing basement plan, proposed basement plan. This is the existing house with the crawl space, and this is a crawl space underneath the den. This is the existing garage, This is the new garage in the basement level. From this point up are all crawl space. We enlarged the utility room and made it a full basement. You'll see that it's just a small area here. The reason we did that is to provide upgraded utilities, upgraded mechanical equipment to mitigate mold, and to produce something that met code from an energy standpoint, because the new energy codes for 2021 are much more stringent. Therefore, we needed that space to actually service the house. As you can see from the photographs, this is the existing condition of the house as it sits today. This is the proposed perspective from the same vantage point. Our idea was to nestle it into the landscape, put it into the woods. It becomes very symbiotic, if you will, with the landscape. It works with each other so that it gradually steps up into the grade and into the hill and provides massing that's broken up so that it doesn't overwhelm the site. We used a single story on the end for a guest suite, and we have a two-story area, one over the garage for the living room, in order to manage the height and create a stepping effect up the hill. I'll briefly go through the second and third floor. This will be A9.
Call the second and third floor.
I'm sorry. First and second floor, my apologies. Trying to rush. As Rich mentioned before, we did a view corridor. This is from the existing bedroom on the house. We also studied the wind patterns and the solar patterns. When we developed the site plan, we utilized the site areas that are adjacent to the site so that we actually brought them into the house, not only from a physical sense, but from a visual sense, We also allowed us to put natural light in the spaces and access. We increased it from 1 point to 4 points, and so that you're able to move through the house very easily and onto the landscape. This area represents an area that was mildly disturbed. We're just adding in additional topsoil for vegetation. These are exhibits A10 and A11. They're the elevations of the existing home compared to the elevation of the proposed home. What we're trying to do here is to utilize the same modern style. It's a mid-century modern. This was a tech-built house from 1962 by Milton Klein. We're trying to stay with the same style genre, but also open up the facade to allow more light and views from the existing floor area. We are providing a garage parking under the living room. The living room does have views out to New York City. We do have a clear story here above the stair that provides additional natural light into the foyer and into the stair area. And then this is off the family room, the kitchen, and then all the bedrooms are situated on the second floor. This is the primary suite with the library and dining room beneath it. This again is the existing facade. The majority of the glazing was fixated on the center. This virtually has a very small area of windows. So we again complemented that. This is the living room, the primary suite, and the kitchen area back here. So we've tried to maintain that same character as the original house, but also blend it into the site with the siding and also with the massing of the property.
Okay, yes, some of the building is pushed back a little bit.
Absolutely, it's pushed back.
Show that on the first one, Marty.
Thank you,
One
Rich.
on the left.
The
top-
first
top
one.
right, show which ones are pushed back on the top right. Yeah, that one. So
Right.
Not all those are planar, some of them are pushed back.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you. Yes. So this is in the foreground. This is in the middle ground. This is in the foreground. That's in the background. So it's beginning to push and pull as it moves across the site and front and back. This is A12. This is an illustrative site section. We developed this to show the scale of the house to the landscape. This is Sagamore Road, the driveway as it comes up. This is the terracing that Rich was talking about with the retaining walls, with the trees. As you come up, this is the area where we would have the garage. This is actually going through the library / dining room and primary suite, looking out into the landscape. Purpose of this exhibit was to demonstrate that we kept a majority of this area well preserved, and again, altered this to prevent the migration of water into the house. So the whole design was predicated on the fact that we would have a symbiotic relationship with the landscape, try to nestle it into the hill, and create a massing that would be complementary to the landscape and to Sagamore Road. Thank you for your time.
So, how come we were showing sump pumps in this house?
Sump pumps.
I mean, water's an issue, you know, I'm
Can I
surprised.
answer that?
Yeah,
I lived across the street and I did a major addition and got renovation. You don't need, if you can get your footing drains during daylight, you don't need foundation, you don't need sump pumps. Because you have a footing drain that runs around the perimeter and you can take that out to daylight, so it has positive flow down into our dry well system and away from the site. So there's no capturing of water because it runs free.
you say, you know, obviously your crawl space probably has water sitting in it, which is why you had the mold problem.
Yeah, unfortunately, the crawl space wasn't readily accessible. So obviously, when we do that, we're gonna take the opportunity to put an external footing drain in now.
Right.
Along the outside of it, so we'll do a footing drain that will go to daylight, really daylight, it'll go into our detention system, but we'll manage that internally. When you're on the site, when you can get to daylight, you don't need, we don't want sump pumps because they don't work when the lights go out.
No, for sure, but I said it's just as interesting.
So the original house, when
Wait a second, so if you're gonna talk, you have to come up.
So the original house, when we had the mold issue, we dug up the foundation around the house to see why it was happening. The foundation was so old around the house that there was no, I've been told that modern foundation, they insulate it and waterproof it. There was no waterproofing or anything, and there was water just coming in here. All you have to do is just take it around here to get rid of most of it, and whatever comes in here, if it's water proofed, it takes care of itself. That's what we were told.
My contractor reflexively in 2012 put a sump pump in, I said, fill it, I don't need it. And we filled it with concrete, and I never needed a sump pump because I put new footing drains in and I took them into the drywall system. So you don't need them up here, which is one of the nice things. But we didn't know that before, and obviously in 1962, they had different ideas about how you would waterproof a house, or not waterproof a house.
You collect.
Okay, so that's enough. That's enough. Let's see if they have questions.
Okay.
Any questions for the architect? Any questions from the audience regarding this testimony?
Question
Oh, go ahead.
on the, you know, you take the car up the driveway, how broad is it versus how it was earlier?
You have
I can answer that too. Actually, we did a 12-foot wide cartway, whereas it's 10 now, but we don't have walls on either side. So we allowed for a little shoulder on either side. We're hoping to not curb it, but if we need curb to help direct drainage, we will, but it's a much more open feeling. So you've got 15, 16 feet of visual openness instead of the 10-foot 2 inches before. But the cartway, again, because we're trying to be, I like to do 14-foot wide driveways, but because we were trying to limit disturbance, and the wider the driveway, the more steep slopes I disturb. So we thought 12 was a reasonable amount. And since visually it's not as imposing, and now you have a berm on the side of it, so you're not worried about driving off and driving down the hill. You have a berm that keeps you in. It's a much more open experience, and you're dropping from 23 down to 15%.
So, any other questions? We opened it to the public, so we're gonna put Mr. Hirsch on for 5 minutes.
Why don't you qualify him for us, but.
Okay, Brian, come on up. You got sworn, please.
Do you swear affirm testimony about to give in tonight's proceeding be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your name and spell for the record.
It's Brian, Brian Hirsch, Hirsch.
Are you licensed landscape architect? I didn't ask.
Yes, I'm a licensed landscape architect in New York and New Jersey and several other states through reciprocity. I've been practicing with a license since 2009 in both states. I have an office here in Milburn, and I've enjoyed working in this community for 10 years now.
And testified in front of planning and zoning boards and been qualified by them
Yep.
previously?
So I went to undergraduate school at Cornell, and I've been practicing from 2001 on. I worked in New York City for larger firms, and I found that residential design really suited me, so that's why I went on my own.
Okay, Chairman will submit him as an expert in landscape architecture. Can you just give a very brief overview?
Sure.
And talk a little bit about the iterations and how you got to this and what you're trying to do from a holistic sense.
Sure. So we've heard the testimony about numbers and how we get to this, and this is kind of what we're trying to go for in terms of the overall vision. So I'll try to keep this as brief as possible. Part of what we're trying to do here, that Ryan loves the existing site. Part of what they love is the overstory canopy, nestled into the hillside and being that close to the reservation. Obviously, we've heard part of the problem of being that close to the reservation is you don't have any of the mitigation of the streets that benefit downhill. So to speak, this property is kind of the tip of the spear in terms of mitigating water from the top down. So what we're trying to do in both these sections is show where the existing, woodland.
Right, I'm sorry, we've got to mark these exhibit 13 and 14.
So this is
A13, and just call out a title for us.
A13, and this is perspective 3, I guess.
Okay, that's fine.
And this is A14.
What do you want to call that?
Site section C. So speaking first to A13, what we're trying to do here is to show that most of what you're seeing in the foreground here are made up of, this is a river birch, a clump or, a grove that we're trying to do to install on the actual steep hillside so that it creates a vegetated ability to stabilize the slopes and then to create an understory beneath the existing trees. What we're showing here on this is a little bit of the cut fill section, which we've heard about tonight. We're trying to make the driveway a little bit of a valley between two sets of existing trees so that we're taking from the vernacular of what's happening on the site and borrowing it in miniature close up. What I think is important, here is to show what Rich was just talking about, the safety of the driveway itself. By making a large bowl instead of a confining luge, you're creating, even though it's 12 feet, it's a much more generous, feel going up and down the driveway. I think the next section here, which is what we've been looking at, these long sections up and down the hillside, which is what helps, explain what we're doing over the length of the property. I think this next section helps explain what we're trying to do laterally across the site, because there is no grade change as you're moving horizontally across it. So we're trying to create these very flat lateral spaces that create, the length and the width of the site, because it is 173 feet wide, and there's plenty of room to be able to maneuver on that site.
Mark that for us.
Yeah, so this is, it is site section B. And this was 15? Yeah.
15,
Okay. So look, I'm just trying to keep this brief. We've reviewed a lot today, so I guess if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer it directly. But this is trying to paint a very pretty picture of what we're trying to do on the site without giving anything too specific that locks it in. Please open up to questions. Just keep it brief.
So,
yeah.
So,
No, you go first.
the backyard, obviously, we have these paths that go through the back.
Yep.
Is there a way to make those, shall we say, a little less egregious in terms of the steep slope surface, yet serve the same purpose? They seem awfully wide.
So in terms of the water mitigation.
Correct.
So I think what Rich had said is we designed them as optimally to mitigate as much water as possible and to provide egress. I think Rich has also said that we could reduce them to almost half their width, so that, I don't remember the colors, I believe it's yellow and purple, would be reduced by 50% in total in aggregate. And that's, what we're looking at here. So these areas is what you're talking about here. So just so we understand, and again, when we were tasked with creating a safe, this is all about safety, getting up and down the driveway. This area here is about mitigating water before it comes to the house. And so I just to repeat what we're talking about is that when you have, I think it's hundreds of feet of water starting to sheet, when it starts to really move, when it has no chance where it's being slowed down, that's when you get washouts, and that's when you get it getting into the foundation here. So all these are trying to do is to try to intercept the water, slow it down, and move it to where it can be easily collected. Again, here to slow it down, mitigate it where it can be easily intercepted before it ever has a chance to adversely affect the property, which is what's currently happening.
How wide are those now?
This is 8 feet. On the dotted line is 8 feet, and we're talking about going back up to grade on either side. I did not bring a picture of it, but the existing trails that exist inside of South Mountain Reservation, that's what we used as a precedent image of what the vernacular of the site is in and around, and that's a very similar trail of what we're looking at. An earlier question was about what was going to be planted or what is placed in this. There's things like sedges, woodland grasses that grow in very low light, but they create a very soft understory. There's ferns and there's other plants that the deer do not predate on. And so that would stabilize this, but in a very natural looking way. So that's what we were looking at.
Would 8 feet have been wide enough for egress purposes to get vehicles up there?
So most tracked vehicles is what you'd be bringing up there. Wheels would just create ruts, whereas a rubber tracked vehicle is what you'd be bringing there. And those usually are between 6 to 7 feet. So 8 feet is giving enough room to maneuver. But the goal would be that if you bring something up there, it's stabilized, that when whatever is done to to be able to reach the back of the property, the vegetation isn't ruined, and it's more about creating these slower intercepts on the way. It's a vegetative swale is basically what we're talking about building. So I know it's a big graphic, of what's going on up there, but it really is a lighter touch in actuality, when you're looking at what it actually looks like.
How wide? So you would only need, Rich, 4 feet for water management purposes. You need 8 for egress purposes.
Yeah, I would probably size the edges down and go with something like 5 feet for the water purposes and try to pull in my sloping section on the inside. So, but I think we could do it in 50%.
Have you provided any type of tree removal analysis, how many trees you're losing and the?
Thank you for bringing that up. So one of the things that we're trying to do on the property, which doesn't show this beautifully here, but we're looking to maintain the trees on the perimeter, along the front and along the side. In addition to trees, for lack of a better word, have they're like on a hierarchy. A tulip is a low grade tree that splits apart in a storm versus a hardwood tree like a maple or an oak of equal size. They're not of equal value. So when we're looking at the site, tulips in many respects are expendable, whereas a maple or, an oak tree, especially the ones that are of size, are really, worth saving. So some of this curve of the driveway actually responds to 2 of the trees that are here. So to answer your question more directly, we tried to keep the trees that were of the most value to the neighboring lots and to the appeal from the road itself. When you're looking at what's being kept on the side, the other elevation shows what's happening along the front. I think we're talking about 6 trees that are inside the driveway itself. And so in order to make the long driveway that we're talking about that gives the rise to run, which reduces the slope, those are the worst, offenders in the middle there.
Okay, so we're clear that you're proposing to lose 6 trees due to the driveway?
Correct.
And what is the range of size in diameter,
The
breast
biggest,
height?
yeah, they're all tulips. They're all located right here on this mouth here. And they're between 8 to 16 inches in diameter. So, the largest tree, this is probably an 18-inch diameter tree. And they're 90-foot, tulip trees. So, I mean, I don't want to say they're not valuable, but they don't have a large shade. They're like telephone poles with things that come out versus an oak tree, which has a beautiful, large, mature canopy, which you would never want to take down intentionally.
And with regard to the purple and yellow area, how many trees are proposed to be lost
So
to that?
nothing larger than 8 inches. Anything that we're proposing through that is a small tree. We're talking about something this size, and it might be an understory tree, like a dogwood or something else. They're nothing major in terms of like a canopy tree or a mature, shade tree or anything like that.
Even 8 inches, which is a tree, I think under the ordinance, how many are you losing?
So we're talking about, when I'm looking at this, it's 1 or 2, depending on how wide, we go. But we really did try to maneuver in and around the existing vegetation. It's shown as one straight line for geometrical purposes. It might meander slightly more than that so that it doesn't, affect the roots.
Okay, my final question, how many, if any, trees are going to be either removed or potentially adversely impacted that may be located on a common property line or on an adjacent property?
So I think the answer is 0, because we're not disturbing within the first 5 feet, and we really wanted to keep those vegetated areas the same so that nobody's suffering a loss of privacy or of their existing shade on their property. But like I said, obviously just based on the way the geometry of the site is, because we're disturbing here to get the driveway to go and we're backfilling here, this is the area, this quadrant is where we're losing, the major majority of those 6 trees is there.
Any other questions from the board?
You're losing trees, but you mentioned the birches you're putting in there. You're putting anything else in there?
So
Birch trees,
let's put it this way. We're showing, these are dogwood trees, which we've shown here, and we're trying to you're trying to look at the trees, but also see what's beyond it. So there's a little bit of transparency. But in terms of the net, if you look at caliber size, we're taking down a 16-inch tree. We're putting down more than in 3-inch and 3.5-inch trees of the same amount of, caliper size back. So in terms of the net gain, when we plant this, there will also be oaks 5 to 6 inch that will grow into mature trees. So you wind up having a successional woodland so that you do have the upper story and the understory. So long story short is the landscape plan will, with reciprocity, take care of the trees that are coming down, and there's a longer range goal to have successional forests, installed there. So.
Just one more, and they're going to hammer another question that I think we've talked about before. I'll make it quick. looks like the purple and the yellow, which have been up under conversation quite a bit tonight, 15,052 feet if you add the purple and yellow together.
So this is 10 plus about 5 is what we're saying. Is that right?
So didn't I have that? So
It's
the purple-
4,600 feet is what you're talking about
Okay.
in the purple and yellow.
The purple and the yellow.
2,330 if we take your deal in half.
Okay, how would that affect the drainage if we cut it in half or did without?
So I think what we've been saying is, I mean, look, I would definitely recommend not doing without, because I think you have to understand all of the water that's running off the reservation is running directly to the backs of these homes. So unless you do something to slow it down, it's gonna be much harder the sooner it gets towards the foundation. So if you're able to intercept it at least one place, if not two, that's beneficial. I think something that hasn't been talked about, which I think is important, is this helps everybody that's downhill of this property. So the road that's coming across this way, it has a swale on one side and a swale on the other side, which again helps everybody downhill. And if this functions properly in a storm, this is basically serving the exact same purpose through a street, through hardscape, what this would be doing with just grading and vegetation. So this really is supposed to be light touch because they love the existing woods in the back of their property. We're not trying to, degrade this area back here. If anything, it's more about, slowing water down and getting access. So.
What do the other houses in the neighborhood do? Because they are all sort of the same situation.
So a lot of the neighborhood houses, like I think Rich's diagram that shows these blue arcs of where the disturbance goes back much further. And so either they've done walls that push the water left and right kind of to their neighbors, basically. So instead of slowing it down and keeping it on the site itself, it's kind of like the prow of a ship. It just sends it to the left and the right, and you basically get runoff in the areas between the properties. And that's why you see in many of these downhill, you'll see the washout problems occurring in the between the two properties. Which I think part of what we're trying to do here is to hold the water on the site after a storm so that you're not creating a peak after a storm where water is going everywhere into those areas. That's what we're trying to do. So the others, it's either through grading, through lawn, which you can see they created like flat lawn spaces, or they've created terraces with pools and whatnot that slow it down and then mitigate it in those flatter areas.
So most of them can do something to mitigate the water. and
Correct.
This is one option. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Any questions from the audience for this out?
I have a question.
Sure.
Not on the property, but far away, I see there is a big, huge, mature tree in front of the garage. It will be cut? Oh,
This
another.
this is an oak tree. This is the largest tree. Yeah, these
Okay.
two trees. There's a large oak tree, and two large oak trees here and here. Those are some of the most valuable in terms of aesthetics, but also.
I know how many trees
Yeah.
live next door.
Yep.
Even look at the back, in the yellow and the purple area, there are, you said that there are mature trees,
They're
maybe larger than like
beautiful.
a
Yep.
8 inch or 10 inch. But in addition, there is so many trees, like a forest. It's less, but they are so crowded here. I think when you remove, even they're going to reduce the support to block the water, because there are so many small trees. It's almost like
Do you have
every
a question?
inch.
Do you have a question?
Yeah,
Question.
have you considered that? This will, because you remove all the trees there.
So there's no tree removal that's happening in this zone. We were talking about potentially a tree and one tree, which we're talking about smaller caliper size. No other trees are being removed there.
I was talking about the huge trees, it's just, every inch,
So-
they have the small, it's like a branch,
So I mean, I think when you look at what we're trying to do is the area that we are disturbing, we're trying to create what exists up here and not disturbing it and bringing that same condition down across the site. So you have the overstory and the understory. We're able to plant the understory because we're planting smaller trees, 8 foot to 20 foot size, right? That's what creates that. So we don't want to damage the existing trees.
Any other questions?
Those oak trees you're talking about, those are gonna be preserved?
Yes.
Any other questions?
The creation of the driveway, the new driveway, do you use any sort of trees there?
So we were saying this quadrant down here is where we lose, we were saying there's 6 trees that are mostly tulips. I think they're all tulips. And there's one red maple, but it's a smaller diameter. So it's still a loss. But in terms of the trees that we want to protect, we're talking about This is a 58-inch diameter oak. I mean, you can't bear hug it. I mean, it's a massive tree, and the crown is probably 150. So those want to be protected. So what you're losing down here in terms of trying to preserve the integrity and trying to lose what's acceptable, that's what we're looking at.
That's the whole driveway otherwise is going to be.
Correct. Yeah, we're actually, so in some places, you can see the trees that are here, we actually are going purposely around this. This radius is not only to be able to get you, into the garage, it's also that this becomes the turning point that you're turning around. So you get to experience that tree in the round as you're going there. So it's very much important to keep that during construction.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anything else?
Not with this witness, we're gonna recall Mr. Keller for no more than 5 minutes of summation testimony on the statutory criteria. So it's.
Rich, 5 minutes, hear that? Yeah.
That's done.
Okay, so we've laid the foundation clearly. Rich, can you just talk about the criteria in terms of the practical difficulties that are related here?
I think clearly we've gone over that all of these properties on the upper side of Sagamore Road are challenging. This is the steepest part. It's near the summit of Sagamore Road, and it's one of the steeper properties on the uphill side. It is basically most of the area we're disturbing is existing man-made topography that is steeper than 20%. And that certainly creates a hardship in redeveloping the existing property without the need for variance relief. So there's a C1 component to the variances for steep slopes, wall separation, and wall height. There's also a more marked C2 component, and it's the flexible C2 variance, flexible C variance, where the proposed plan represents a better planning alternative than one that met the ordinance requirements, and where the benefits outweigh the detriments. And clearly, and to do that, to meet the positive criteria, you need to show that you advance any one of the 14 or so, I can't remember how many there are, purposes of the Land Use Act enumerated in New Jersey 4055 D70 D2. I forgot the number. Anyways, 4055 D2, excuse me. At any rate, the first is general welfare that's advanced. We're developing a property that is consistent with sound planning and engineering principles and the development in the community, and certainly on Sagamore Road. The plan provides for stormwater management opportunities to make up for deficiencies when the existing house was built. The disturbance areas 2, 3, and 4, which are the green, red, and purple areas, are all designed to ensure proper stormwater management to ensure that the new home will not be affected with excessive stormwater leading to future mold issues, and they're also more protective of the neighborhood. 4055 D2A is also safety. The existing house must be completely raised due to mold contamination, and the driveway is one of the most unsafe I've ever been on or driven on, and our goal is to make it a safe driveway. Also, Section J, where the requested wall variances allow for less disturbance of the property by creating landscape opportunities within the proposed walls, and I, which is improved aesthetics. I think so clearly. What you didn't necessarily get in the sections was the architect there's the new lower level garage, but he's modulated the masses so they step back into the site. It wasn't that we pulled it all forward to just get all these windows as close to New York as possible. The massing steps back into the site so that it really follows the landscape, and that's the way we also managed to avoid needing any kind of height variances. Even though we do take it from the highest point anywhere to the lowest point anywhere, we're still fully compliant. So certainly aesthetics, I think, are improved also. The proposed steep slope, as we indicated, disturbance is not a land grab. We're not trying to get a bigger house. We're not trying to create a pool area. We're not trying to get anything more than the outdoor lawn and garden areas that the house old house relied on, and Ryan and his wife love that ability to look onto those areas. Each room has its own character in a way it relates to the outside landscape. So we think for certainly it advances the positive criteria under C1 and C2, advancing multiple purposes of zoning. The negative criteria is obviously the two-pronged criteria, that there's no substantial detriment to the public good, and there's no substantial impairment to the intent and purpose of the zoning plan and zoning ordinance. And when it comes to the potential detriments, we often look, case law often says you look to the purpose of the ordinance for which relief is sought. And so if we look to the steep slope ordinance, section 608.1, these controls are provided to minimize potentially adverse impacts associated with the disturbance of steeply sloped areas. Such regulations promote the public health, safety, and welfare of the township by limiting disturbance to soil and vegetation and controlling erosion in steeply controlled areas. And a little more background, the ordinance says under 6.8.2, steep slope disturbance results in a number of things: accelerated erosion processes from storm runoff. I would point out that soil erosion control measures allow a sod to go up to 33% without the need for any additional stabilization. And when you flatten areas that are as steep as 77% and you cut them down to 33%, you're actually slowing the water down. I have an exhibit because I think most people, I won't show it, but most people don't know a 20% slope is actually not very steep. 23% is steep to drive on, but you'll be surprised how many of your own properties have slopes that you go out 5 feet, you go up 1, that's 20%. That's a steep slope. Have natural slopes, that natural grade line we indicated going all the way from the front to the back, that's 23%. It's not 70%. The 70% slopes and the 40% slopes, those were created when they built the home. So certainly what we're doing will not accelerate erosion processes. There's concern about sedimentation of water bodies and degradation of water quality and loss of aquatic life support. Obviously, there's no water bodies directly downhill of us. Related effects include soil loss. The underlying basalt trap rock is very stable and resistant to freeze-thaw cycles, as is evidenced by the fact that we've got 77% slopes behind the house with no signs of erosion. So the underlying soil is good. We're looking to add to that by coming up and creating flat zones that can be stabilized to slow water down. Also warns against changes in natural topography and drainage patterns. We are not changing the drainage patterns, and we're primarily in areas where the topography is not natural to begin with because it was modified when the home was built. And as Brian indicated, his approach towards the intercepts are really similar to the way that they're modeled after the size and scope of the paths that exist now in the South Mountain Reservation. So clearly, they're not doing any damage if they're put in by the South Mountain. There's increased flooding potential. Clearly, we are limiting flooding potential, reducing flooding potential, not only for the basement of the existing home, for whatever would get out to Sagamore Road. And while that gutter is pretty well defined and water doesn't blow past it, certainly we want to make sure that remains viable. And it will in our plan. There's certainly no increased flooding potential, and there's really no further fragmentation of forest inhabited areas. As Brian indicated, this plan was very, Brian knows every tree on that site. If you point to a tree, he'll tell you the size and species because he's lived, eaten, and breathed this property and came up with all of the geometries that avoided and gave those trees chances of living. And a tree replacement plan will be provided as is required by the building department. And there's certainly no compromised aesthetic values and other concern in the ordinance. We think that this is a beautiful house and will be one of the nicest homes on Sagamore Road when it's finished. I would love to live across from this house. Water quality will be unaffected, and there will be no increase in runoff because we're going to meet the township's stormwater management ordinance. If we can't do that for some reason, we can't build. So we will do it. We know how to build in steep areas, as they indicated. Most of the slopes disturbance is not natural. Stormwater will be appropriately managed. For the reasons that we cited, we feel the development scheme represents a better planning alternative than trying to work with the existing driveway to try to minimize steep slopes disturbance beyond the 50% we think we can give up. And again, we put this on a diet. Again, we put this on a diet before we ever got here and got to this plan. And I just kept, over a year and a half, we just kept saying, we need to do it. And the numbers are what the numbers are because it's a unique property. It's a very challenged property. So, and again, we're in full compliance and underdeveloped in terms of all of the other metrics of the R4 zone. We think that it's been a difficult project to explain to a board in 1 or 2 hours or 2.5 hours what we learned over an 18-month period, but we've really thought about the details. We think it's an improvement to the streetscape. We think it solves Orion's problems of safety and water protection, and also will be an enhancement to the neighborhood. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Rich, any impacts on the master plan?
No, clearly the master plan talks about preservation of the character of neighborhoods and reinforcing the township as a residential community of the highest order. I think I can't see how this would cut against that in any way. There's really no negative impact. And again, I think this does everything we want the master plan wants us to do. No.
Just one last question. At some core level, there's a balancing of the competing interests. Rebuilding the house, preserving the slopes. Do you think that the plan that the applicant and the team have come forward is a fair balancing of the competing interests here?
This was a hard-fought balancing act from day one with the 8 or 9 schemes that we went through. And certainly, we think this is the least impactful and most protective. And I think that's why it was important for Brian to speak, because I'm an engineering guy. Brian can talk about the plant materials that will mimic what you see in the reservation. It really is it was a difficult plan. When you keep looking at the numbers, I guarantee, I'm convinced that every person on this board came to this meeting today convinced that there was no way in hell they're getting a variance for that much steep slopes. But we try to be very didactic and explain item by item which each of these areas is necessary, and the areas where we think they're necessary, but we think we can give a little. We've offered a little give. Not my preferred scheme, but I think we can live with it. And so I think it does strike a balance.
Thank you.
Any questions from the board? Any questions from the audience? Any comments from the audience?
Yes.
Come on out, you'll have to give me your name, address, and we'll swear you in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear from testimony you're about to give in this proceeding to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Your name, spelling your name, and your address.
Dorothy Guo, D-O-R-O-T-H-Y, last name G-O-O, address 101 Sagamore Road. I do have the, can I pass around?
Sure, you can give it, please give it to our board secretary.
Finally, it's the comment section.
Yeah, wait until we get this.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to say, finally, it's the comment section, so I don't have to be stopped by chairman. Doesn't make a difference between the comment or question.
As long as you don't get repetitive, we're fine.
So, before you start, okay, we're gonna, first of all, did you guys get?
I'm gonna give to them. Thank you. And
Yeah,
we'll share.
share.
We'll share.
Okay, everybody has? Okay, did Mr. Skolnick and his team get?
Yes, we did.
Okay, so we're gonna mark this as 01, okay? And 01, we're gonna have with today's date, January 22nd. Excuse me, and 01 consists of 3, 4, 5, 6 pages,
Yes.
correct? Okay, and you created 01 yourself?
Yes.
Okay, so as you go through, even though the pages aren't numbered, although it looks like they've been P1 through, what, P6?
Yes.
Okay, so as you go through it, why don't you just describe what 01 consists of by page?
Yes, I will mention that. Okay. Once again, I'm Dorothy Guo. Have lived at 101 Sagamore Road for almost 20 years. My house is on the left. First of all, I really appreciate the Melbourne Township Zoning Board to provide this public hearing opportunities for the neighborhood residents to ask questions and provide comments to ensure responsible redevelopment in our community. I'm not against my neighbor to build a comfortable house, for safe living. but I do want to express my concern and objection to the 99 Sagamore variance application on the following ground. One, lack of hardship and specific concerns related to my property and the potential detrimental impacts to the neighborhood. So statement number one, the hardship for the bulk variance application relating to the existing driveway slope and the pre-development issue is not well and reasonable established, as it is not unique to the property. I want to highlight that steep slope driveway is a common and a shared characteristic of adjacent properties in this Sagamore neighborhood. Almost 20 years ago, when I purchased the 101 Sagamore, I told myself, if I could drive up and down 3 times of the slope, this steep slope driveway, I would buy this house. I did purchase the house and drive up and down like a pro right now. So the point I want to make, the steep slope in driveways and across public street roads has been a consistent feature of our neighborhood for over 70 years at least. The long existence of these driveways demonstrate their usability over the decades. The proposed variants do not address a unique hardship when compared to other properties in the neighborhood. Driveways become temporary and usable during heavy snow. This issue is not exclusive to steep slope driveway, but affects all driveways equally. Once the snow is cleared, these driveways return to normal use. I purchased a bubble level digital app, which can measure the slope of the hill, and I did experimental test in my neighborhood. So what I did, I secured the iPhone with the app on the floor of the car in the front passenger seat side. One person was driving and the other person was reading the slope number.
I'm just gonna interrupt you.
Yeah.
What you're describing right now, is that reflective on any of the pages on 01?
Not yet. When comes to the point, I will mention that.
Okay, so but you have the data that you're about to present. You haven't provided that to the board in any type of written form, correct?
No.
Okay, go on.
Okay. So one person drive, one person reading the slope driveway. We drive up, down 5 driveways. One house is on the right of the 99 Sagamore, and 3 houses on the left of 101 Sagamore is 101, 107, and 109. So the interest, and we also including 99 Sagamore, and the cross public street, this is Maple Street, and this is Mountain Avenue. As a result, 99 Sagamore has the lowest slope rating among all the 5 driveways in the Mountain Avenue Maple Street. It only had a 12 slope rating momentarily at the top of the driveway. When you drive here,
So how
it
did you get on
shows.
this property?
Huh?
How did you get on this property?
Yeah, I think that's
Trespass?
I think that's a separate issue with the zoning board.
It's not.
No, did you trespass to get these this data?
I want to, yes.
Okay, then we're not gonna hear it. Okay, you can't go on someone's property without their permission.
So all the statements.
Move on.
Okay. One explanation is because the 99 maybe have a lowest one, right? So my point I want to make is, maybe the method doesn't provide a precise slope rating, but the same method is used in our driveway in cross street. The comparison of the slope rating proves and supports that steep slope driveway is not a unique hardship for 99 Sagamore in the neighborhood. Additionally, there are many other alternatives for sloped driveway enhancement available without the need for variance. The suggestions include widening the existing driveway, incorporating more curves, using graphs, not raising the elevation level of the garage and the parking area, and slightly and reasonably extending the driveway length. This is the first statement about hardship. The second statement is existing detached garage cause stormwater runoff to adjacent property. Under the redevelopment plan, the existing detached garage doesn't qualify as accessory use and it needs to be removed to comply with the zoning code. Here we come to the picture, number one. You can see the existing detached garage is only 4.45 feet away from the property line by my driveway 101 Sagamore. The garage is about 2 to 6 feet higher from the top. This is 2 feet, and this is 6 feet higher. You know, again, it's not another non-compliance. When it rains, because the garage blocks the water runoffs from the top of the hill, and that is South Mountain Reservation. The water runoff will pass by the side of the garage and come to my driveway. Over a period of time, it certainly damaged my driveway. The rainwater eroded the surface of the paved driveway and caused dip. You can see this one. This is picture one, and picture two also see the waters. These pictures were taken in the normal rain days. In a week before the Thanksgiving, you know, at that time when we had the hearing scheduled December 4th. A few years ago, the 99 Sagamore buried a black plastic pipe along the side of the garage to direct the stormwater runoff to the street. That's in picture 3. From the picture, you can see the black pipe hangs over the retaining wall, almost right next to my driveway entrance. Besides, it is ugly. This area also produced mold around the retaining wall and shows soil loss problem to the historical retaining wall. In the redevelopment plan, they're going to dig the existing foundation, you know, right next to the black pipe, all to the ground to reopen a new driveway entrance and put a man-made decorative retaining wall on the top, which is certainly not, will certainly not remediate the soil loss issue, but accelerate further soil erosion. Even now, with the black drainage pipe installed, the stormwater runoff keeps going to my driveway during heavy rains. My key point here is that under the redevelopment plan, this existing problematic structure is no longer used as a garage. It continues to have a patio on the top of it. It certainly doesn't qualify as accessory use, which should be removed and brought to code conformation. You know, I just mentioned a couple of zoning code requirements for accessory use. All the accessory use must to be construct in the rear yard, and the minimum side setback feet should be 12 feet in R4 zones. Number 3, statement. New driveway entrance location breaks the well-established harmony and the pattern of driveway entrance in the neighborhood, changes the exclusive surrounding near my driveway entrance, which will impair the value of my property. As I mentioned before briefly, that there are 31 houses on the hillside of Sagamore Road in Melbourne. Almost like 80%, 25 houses have driveway entrance from the right to the left of the property or street. They are all properly and nicely spaced and situated. In the section near 99 Sagamore, 10 houses all have a driveway entrance from the right to the left. 99 Sagamore has the wide lot, 173 feet, and wider than any of these houses. They could have easily enhanced the existing driveway that runs from the right to the left with limited disturbance. Instead, they designed a new driveway crossing from almost the bottom left of the property to the higher upper right side of the property. The new driveway entrance, will be only like 8 feet away from my driveway entrance. It will also face and be close to the 2 other driveway entrances across the street. Remember the driveway, the Sagamore Road is already narrow, just to fit 2 cars that can go to opposite direction at the same time. You see picture 4. The location of the new driveway entrance is not only not appealing to the surrounding neighborhood and impact my property value, it will also be situated with such close proximity with 3 other driveway entrances, which cause unnecessary congestions for the 4 neighbors and additional cars on the street. The picture 4, you can see there's 101 Sagamore and the 100 driveway, and 5 feet away is 98 driveway. Then 99 Sagamore new driveway, will be double the size of the car right there. And they are also going to dig the foundation to the ground, open the new entrance. It will certainly impact the stability of the foundation on my property. If you look at the picture 5, this is an aerial view, shows how close and crowded these 4 driveways, 101, 99, 100, 98. On the same side, if you look at 99 Sagamore, they're going to have almost like 200 feet available from like a new driveway entrance to the other driveway on 97 Sagamore. The other day when I was, back to picture 4, the other day when I was trying to drive the car down from 101 Sagamore, and the neighbor from 100 driveway and try to move the car to the street, there's no way we can drive at the same time. So one have to stop to make sure one person leave and the next person can move. And again, on the picture 4, you can see the electric utility poles, public and the shared water, electricity, and the gas lines are also buried in the hill in this area. It also will destroy a big portion of the historical retaining wall owned by Milburn Township for over at least 100 years. So during the question section, we talk about, there is no code against where they put the driveway entries, but I'm just asking the question to the board member. Don't be offended. If you live 101 Sagamore, if your neighbor on 99 try to build, relocate the driveway entrance right 5-8 feet right next to you and crowded, it breaks the harmony and is, you're not going to like it. I believe that. So statement 4, potential detrimental impacts on the neighborhood outweigh the benefits. The proposed redevelopment will disturb the well-established and solid nature foundation at such extreme extents on such large scale that is, even is revised is like 14 times more than allowed 1,000 square feet. The retaining wall variance will destroy the existing natural retaining wall structure and the trees and create a massive man-made retaining walls that are too close to each other, not complying with the zoning code. One board member asked, if you're thinking the stone will fall. That was first my reaction too. But besides that, I did look on Sagamore Road. There are houses have the similar retaining walls. They comply with the code, but also it's ugly. They're so crowded, and it just doesn't blend in with the natural beauty of the surrounding of the Sagamore Road. So I just want to list a couple detrimental impact, including first. The new redevelopment will appear out of places and disrupt the established aesthetics. It doesn't blend into the rural and forested scenery that defines our neighborhood. Number two, if you look at the picture 6, that's how many trees has I counted and marked in the front yard. Near to my side, 14 and 4 and 40, in the backyard about 20 is approximately. The plan will remove more than 70 healthy trees in the front, side, and the backyard. Their removal not only alters the aesthetic look of the area, but also has the potential to adversely disturb the foundation of the land. The aerial picture here serves as a testament to the current charm of our surroundings, showcasing the canopy of trees that contribute to the character of our neighborhood. Number 4, the disturbance of soil at such extreme large scale will destroy and jeopardize the well-established foundation of the entire neighborhood, posing greater risk to the stability of the soil, the stormwater system, and the foundation, which has sustained years of storms, heavy rain, and the winds. Number 5, the removal of a large portion of the historical retaining wall and the soil excavation by digging the hill to the street level will significantly disturb and shake the existing and the surrounding foundation, which will lead to undesirable and problematic instability. Number 6, the public electricity utility poles are on and around the property line between 101 and 99 Sagamore, as you can see before in the picture 3 and 4, which also raise concerns about the shared water, gas, and the electricity utility lines buried in the hill foundation. Unforeseen encounters with these lines during construction may lead to unfavorable and uncontrollable catastrophe, posing risk to the neighborhood. Even the variance application has self-disclosure about the potential variance in the location of underground utility requires the need for careful consideration and the mitigation measures. Finally, in summary, in the interest of preserving the integrity of the neighborhood and ensuring the well-being of all residents, I strongly urge the zoning board to carefully evaluate the potential impacts of this proposed variance on the adjoining property, striking a balance between redevelopment need and the preservation of the existing and the sustainability in sustainable environment of our community. Picture number 6, look at all these trees. And the previous presenter made a comment, and they know every single tree on the property. I really hope before the board approve that, they can have a plan shows all these trees, which tree will be removed for the record. Thank you all.
Thank you. So, given that it's 11 p.m., sorry, Tim. Mr. Skolnick, do you have any rebuttals to any of that?
No.
Okay. Then in that case, I will close the. I'm sorry? Oh, is there any other comment? Do you have any comments? No.
Yeah.
We're,
No,
yeah.
we think everything was
Come on up, yeah.
You guys are in support.
You need to raise your right hand. Do you swear from testimony about to give in tonight's proceeding be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Your name and address for the record, spelling your name.
Leanne Rockowitz, Leanne Rockowitz, Rakowitz, and I live at 93 Sagamore. So I was just going to say that I think all the issues were very well explained. Some of the challenges with having a steep slope lot, and while the point was made that it's not unique to this property. I think anyone living at one of these properties would want to be able to develop a driveway so that they could safely access their house. And there's benefit to the neighborhood for doing that as well. But certainly leave it to the board to weigh the pros and cons of everyone's interests.
I do want to make a comment per her.
No.
I did walk her
You cannot
driveway.
answer her comment with another comment.
No, I want to address the.
You can ask-
Yeah, I have no question. I just make a comment. As I mentioned.
Well, wait. Another member of the public had an opportunity to speak,
Okay.
whether it's in favor or against the application. Members of the public and board members have an opportunity to question any member of the public who wishes to speak for or against an application. Do you have a question for that witness?
No, I want to support her one comment. Her driveway.
So that's not important.
Yeah.
I think you've had your time, so thank you. Any other comments from the audience?
I have something to say.
Please.
Your name. You swear from testimony about the
yes.
you're given tonight's hearing, the truth, the whole truth, and the truth.
Yes, I do.
Your name and
Henry.
could spell your name.
Henry. Last name Zheng, Z-Y-Z-H-E-N-G as in George. I'm the corner of 101 Second. Okay, so I know it's really late, 11 o'clock. I got a quick question. So first question is that why?
Not for questions, just comment only. So if you have a comment regarding this case.
Okay, so there's a zoning code here. So we say that it's slow. Basically, my major concern is there's two key issues here. One is the mold remediation, because I'm all for it 100%. If they want to rebuild the whole house, I'm 100% for it. The only concern I have is the driveway, because the driveway is in there for hundreds of years, at least 100 years. So there's a layer for whole purpose. Is an integrity, because the thing that I'm worried about is when they break it, the integrity of the whole slope is not just for their house, it's the adjacent property, not just the next to me or down here. So all those property will be impacted. It's not just the only one. So the inquiry is that is already in there for over 100 years. So that's why the previous owner, nobody have any complaint or whatever that for the issue for the driveway. So why they don't want to keep the original garage with elevator? They have elevators built in there about 10 years ago. So they have even they said that in the driveway, they have elevator already built in against the code of the township. And it's accessible. You can drive in there, you take the elevator up to your house. So why they want to build a new garage instead of using the old one and abandon the old garage there? Because that one is already a violation of the code. So you want to keep something in violation there intact and then build something else. That is just, I just cannot, think about it. And the second one is that because how many variations you need, you need 4 variations or 5 variations, how many variations you need, and the degree of the variation you want is 400%. You just look at that sheet, so 100% of the variance that you need to have doing that. Sometimes some is over 10 times of variance. So the code there is for purpose. You have all engineer there, set up the code, you debate it, you set it into the code, put it in the book. That is for one purpose, specifically for the slope stuff. And you say they do the variance to that kind of degree is unimaginable, because if you approve it, why we need the code there? We just throw out the book, right? We don't need any book there. So what I'm saying is that how many variants you need and the degree that you want to do it. That's all my concern. I just want the integrity of the whole street there. That's all I'm concerned, the driveway. You want to build a house, I'm going for it 100%. Thank you.
Any other comment from the audience? Anything else?
No.
Can I close the public portion of the hearing? Board members, your thoughts?
I'll start. I have to say that you were right. When I took a look at the application initially, I was like, they must be out of their minds. But after listening to this presentation, seeing the plans, I actually think this is an extremely thoughtful, sensitive plan. And I think it's very clear that there is a hardship here. I don't, I know that one of the neighbors said it's not unique because all the houses on that side of the street have steep slopes, but I mean, it's certainly a hardship. So whether they're the only house that has that extreme of a hardship or not, it's still a hardship. It's a safety concern. I think they've made a very clear case that they've satisfied, they've met both C1, C2 criteria. And I would actually go so far as to say that I am in favor of keeping I'm gonna use the color code, purple and yellow portion in the backyard. I think that sometimes as a board, we get really, really caught up in the numbers. I just wanna make sure that if we're gonna make them cut it in half, we're not doing it for the sake of lowering the numbers when it's really gonna be more beneficial to not only the homeowner, but the entire neighborhood to keep it as is. And I think that they've made a very good case for it being beneficial to the whole neighborhood to be able to slow down some of that water. We've heard concerns from members of the audience who bring up things about the tree removal, the stormwater, the integrity of the property. That's what we have experts for. We have experts that the applicant themselves have hired. We have experts in the town to make decisions about tree removal and replanting and stormwater management. So I really think that they're covered in all those areas, and I would be in favor of supporting the application.
Thank you. What comments?
Can I go after that?
Sure.
I want to thank Ms. Glatt for mentioning the yellow and purple width. I agree with her as well, that if making it smaller is gonna have any negative impact on the rainwater, keep it the way it is. That was the one thing that jumped out on me. I agree with Ms. Glatt as well, as saying that we sometimes concentrate on the numbers too much, and we lose sight of the fact of what you're trying to do here. Additionally, I thought it was a great presentation. I could see that obviously that some of the neighbors feel very, very impassioned about what's going on, but I think as far as the driveway, they're allowed to put a driveway where you can, where your property faces out of. I think it gets a little confusing where people think they own the driveway when they get to the edge beyond their property boundary and they're in the public right of way. So I would be in favor of the application.
So I'll go next. I agree with what's been said so far. My thoughts on the driveway, I wholeheartedly agree with the comment that Mr. Keller made about having the driveways more grouped together to provide more parking on the street. I have had firsthand problems with this, where you have driveways that exit in random spots, cars getting backed into. It does provide significant more parking on the street. I've had my own street is a problem because of the way the driveways are all set up. So I actually think it would become beneficial. I realize that the neighbors may not think of that now, but it will actually in the long run be beneficial for parking on the street. As for this driveway, look, to build a house today and not have proper safe access to your home is silly. I realize that this driveway existed for 75, 100 years, whatever it may be, but clearly back then vehicles weren't the size they were or at all existed. And today we're in a very different situation. So to have driveway where you can get cars off the street and have access to a home directly, I think it's not a luxury. It's something that really should be in proper planning today. So with the purple and yellow, my thoughts are if if the same result can happen and reduce it by 50% and get the same result, I would be in favor of eliminating some of it in the sense that, do you really need to get a tracked vehicle up through the backyard? I think that's a little bit over the top. But, you know, if the same thing can be happen with 50% less steep slope deviation in the backyard, I mean, I would be in favor of that. So I defer to anyone else that wants to make a comment.
Comment, but you guys probably can go first. Mike?
So just quickly, I mean, I agree with all those comments. I do think with respect to the purple and the yellow, I also would, I mean, I would not want you to reduce that to the extent that it had any impact on the water management. I do think it's a bit much to have it for the purpose of getting vehicles up there. I was influenced, I think, a little bit by the drawing, which maybe the scale, but it makes it look like it's a massive kind of road. And maybe when I hear it's actually 8 feet, that doesn't seem so big to me. But when you look at the picture, I mean, it looks as big, if not bigger, than the driveway or half the house. So that seems a little bit out of scale, but so that's why I had a very negative reaction to that. But if it really is only 8 feet, I still would prefer it be 5, but I'm not so troubled by it at 8.
I think this was a very thoughtful plan. It's meeting the needs of the owner. It's also, you know, responsive to how we are, you know, in the day and age that we live, and in terms of where we are, where this property is located, you know, right in front of a massive waterfall. I think very thoughtfully, you know, designed in terms of how you want to manage water, in terms of keeping it on your property and then kind of taking it out. The driveway, I hear the concerns. I'm sure there will be experts, you know, who will kind of review from the Millburn Township as well in terms of how that works. I'm not in favor of a very long driveway, but I see that, you know, this is thoughtful in terms of the longer you keep it, the lesser slope, and, you know, kind of take the grade naturally up. So I think from that perspective too, I thought this was thoughtful from many angles.
I agree with all my colleagues so far, so I don't want to repeat what they've said. I just want to say it's a very cool neighborhood, your location, beautiful. I can understand why you want to stay there and make it work for you, given the challenges you've had. I'm sorry for all those challenges, by the way. I want to say I also think it's a very tasteful design, very cool. And the fact that you're keeping it basically in the same footprint, you're making an attempt to do that. I appreciate that. I think it fits into the neighborhood well, the architectural design. I think, as you pointed out, the experts will make sure that any plans you have for water mitigation and soil conservation and erosion will be addressed by the township experts. They are mandated to have a storm management plan, and that will go to the township engineers to make sure that there is no negative impact to the community on that. 2 more things. It is a challenging driveway. I walked your driveway. I went up in the shoes I'm wearing now. They're waterproof boots, and I went up in my little heels, and I regretted that. I looked down and I went, oh, now I have to go down. And I was just walking, so it was pretty good weather. So I was like, this is while all the driveways are sloped, that yours is uniquely challenging because of the walls, which were really scary. It was like a luge. Somebody said luge, and that's exactly what I thought. You should monetize that luge run. Lastly, I hear the neighbors' comments about the driveways and how they will meet up. I actually live in a house where my driveway backs up right to someone else's driveway. We rely on our car beeps, we look carefully, and thank goodness, you know, that can be mitigated by just careful driving. So I would be in favor of the application. I didn't think I would when the meeting started, but you've done a very good presentation. I wish you good luck.
In that case, any comments from, do you have any comment over there? In that case, do I have a motion?
I would like to make a motion to approve.
Second. Thank you.
Joseph Caulfield,
Yes.
Chandra Rajani,
Yes.
Gary Rosen,
Yes.
Regina Truitt,
Yes.
Priscilla Sarat,
Yes.
Jessica Black.
Yes.
Craig
Thank you.
Knight.
Yes.
Sorry.
Good luck with the project.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. I need
I
10
have a
minutes.
question.
10 minutes? No shot, you need 10
I
minutes.
can
Can I ask a
definitely do
question?
10 minutes.
Don't put Mr. Keller on as a
One
witness.
meeting
Wait.
You're not covered, you can't cover D variance in 10 minutes.
One of the
definitely
meeting
do it in
minutes
10
will be ready if I.
Yeah, but if someone has, it's 11:15.
What's the time? So how many days?
No, we're not gonna hear it, we gotta move on. We'll give you another date, we'll do it first. Sorry you had to sit here all night, but.
This is a 10-minute job. It's a 10-minute job.
I'm not taking a D variance, I'm 10 minutes.
Well, it's,
I'm saying right now, it's not a 10-minute job. No shot.
it's like 100 square feet.
I know you say that, but.
No, it's 100 square feet of FAA. One bedroom is 9 by 8. One of these bedrooms.
I hear what you're saying, but I can tell you right now,
It's really, really reasonable.
I know you say that.
No, I mean, it
guarantee
is.
you there's gonna be some
It's
conversation.
really, it's
And I don't want to get involved in the back and forth at 11:15, 11:20.
I think it's a 10-minute job.
I-
If you don't like it, we'll push.
Here, we're gonna vote.
I mean, we'll push after I start.
So, no, we're pushing
I
now.
think you.
I can put you on the February meeting, how's that?
Put him on the next meeting and he's gonna go first.
I just want to say thank you all, but very disappointed by your
Thank you for coming
decision.
this evening.
And we'll go to the court.
Good to see you.
You could have. You could have.
I cappuccino. No. What's the date? What's the date? You're gonna go, is that what you're
First,
gonna
is February 5th, I think that's the Monday, that's our first meeting.
Okay, fifth, okay. For anyone here that's in the audience regarding application 355923, that matter is going to move to February 5th at 50 Elmwood Place in Short Hills. No further notice will be given. Otherwise, are there any other comments from the crowd on regarding anything that was not on the agenda this evening? If not, can I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
A second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Have a great evening, folks.
I wonder how the board of that meeting, they're probably still going. It's the calendar.
Priscilla's going to